and the Gemini crew.
Let's just talk about the world. Give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are
just absurd.
So let's just
Talk about the world.
'Cause you're here with us tonight. Mike it through the night, you're here with
Mike in the night.
Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world. Give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. You are tuned in to Mike in the Night. Happy Saturday night, everybody. Happy Sunday afternoon if you're in Australia and New Zealand. And happy early morning if you're in the United Kingdom. And it's 11 p.m. in New York, Miami, and Toronto. Good night to everyone out there. You are listening and watching Mike in the Night. So sit back, recline that chair, spark open a nice sparkly water, crack open a window, let in a breeze. Whether you're watching us from your cabin in the woods, your bug out area, couch surfing on a friend's couch, or in your box in the sky, what we like to call condos nowadays. Crank it up, dim the lights. It is time for Mike in the Night. All right, guys, I want to thank everyone for joining and being part of the channel and supporting the transmission in any way possible. You can always share a video if you want to support this transmission. We got quite a few callers lined up for tonight. I don't know if I could get on more, but I get quite a few people that have asked to come on. I went through a sweep. I messaged quite a few people today. If they ever want to come on again, or some people said yes, some people said no. They want to keep things on a down low for now, so that's fine. And just people from the channel and stuff. I want to thank Anthony there, Antonio Ruvalacaba, for sending me $5 and doing the woo, because it's time for Mike in the Night. Oh yeah. Okay, we got quite a bit happening, and we got our Donald Trump soundboard with us.
Mexico.
Let me lower that so you don't hear it too much on the reverb here. Yeah.
I love China.
Yeah, let's get the yeah, that's good. That's good. We got Donald Trump soundboard. Also, we got Low Roller Scratcher saying, breaking news, Canada surpasses China in COVID. Yeah, we know this. I said this 3 months ago, that every country on the planet will be China. Every country on the planet will be China, whatever this thing is that's happening. I stopped covering it on the channel for a while now because it was giving my channel in trouble, and it wasn't doing anything for the channel. Do you know what I'm saying? It wasn't. I was just getting hit by either people who believe and don't believe, and people that. So I said, you know what? There's enough news out there for it. I don't need to cover it. So
The Mexican government
is going to pay for it. Okay, so we got Jay Smith in the house. We got BC Matrix, Steven Sewell, Troll Not in the house, Big Rob New Zealand in the house, Aquarius as usual. Who else we got here? Oh, Real Kevin Thompson. Thank God he's here. I don't know what we'd do without Real Kevin Thompson. He's been on the show for years now. He's been on the comments for years, commenting on what's going on. Okay, so here it is, guys. Mike in the Night. All right, let's go over a bit of news. Let's go through a really quick channel plug. Oh, I forgot to add something here on the channel plug. Forgive me, guys. I'll do it in a sec. Guys, don't forget to go to right here. I'll show you what it looks like. It's called Wild Game Sports. If you guys ever, it's a company that, you know, we're putting together and working with. There it is, wildgamesports.com. Article scan, please. There it is. Guys, check out wildgamesports.com. It's a company I'm working together with in conjunction to make something cool. Anyways, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, be part of the channel. Let me refresh this so I can see how many people are watching live. I'm only getting 2 watching there. Oh, 63. It's showing 2 watching on my gauge there. Guys, don't forget to set your reminders for upcoming shows. Trends in the housing market. Mike in the Night next week is the future of food. That's not good. And it's not really looking not good right now. And we got Trends in the Housing Market, Sketchy Deals. We're going to be on Spooner Street. Is it Spooner Street? Where the Peter Griffin's from. We're going to be broadcasting from his living room this Wednesday on Trends in the Housing Market. And then we got old Mike in the Nights. They're getting a lot of replay, actually. They're going up in replay like crazy. So if you guys want to tune into old Mike in the Nights. And there's a couple of important videos I put up in the last 2 days that we're going to go over when we go over some of the articles. Rex Cohan came to visit me today on his motorcycle. And I spent a lot of time teaching the kids how to fight.
1, 2.
There's my daughter.
2. Come on, girl. 1, 2. Good girl. 1, 2.
That's my son.
1, 2.
Teaching my kids how to stand up for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Guys, don't forget to go to Teespring and pick up a mug. I got a whole bunch of them beside me. Really cool mugs. If you guys want to pick up a mug and support the transmission, go on Teespring. You'll find the link up top here on the channel. It's right there above my fat head. Guys, don't forget to message me show tips on my Facebook. I'm going to give you my Facebook page here. And I'm going to give you my Instagram. If you guys want to message me on there, go ahead. It's fine. If you have any show tips or anything, I do try to get to them. Sometimes, for some reason, Facebook likes to block messages or filter them for some reason. And paste here. And okay. Sean Lieberman saying food prices are up 3.4% in Canada. I think they're going to go up a little bit more in the next week or two from what I've been hearing, keeping my ear on the ground. And there it is, wildgamesports.com, guys. Check it out if you get some time. It's actually pretty cool, actually, to be really honest with you. All right. Okay, we got already some people scrapping in the comment section. We just started the show. I think Kevin Thompson has gone delusional. Where is the same energy? Isn't house prices only going up? Now, here it is. This is why we're doing a market rebound show tonight. Okay? Let's go over some news and we'll go into the market rebound. Okay? And I'm going to go over some of the things that I have here for you guys. So let's go really quick on some of the news here. So let's go over to our friends at Zero Hedge with Tyler Durden. Remember what he said. Sometimes the things that you own end up owning you. Watch out, people. Bankruptcy tsunami begins with thousands of default notices are flying out the door. It's the real deal, guys. Billionaires in U.S. have grown 434 billion richer during the pandemic. Flynn judge outsources high-profile lawyer to explain why he won't dismiss case. That's a good one. Just kind of pass it on to someone else and let them get screwed with it. Ukrainian MP, member of parliament found dead with gunshot wound to the head. He just committed suicide. Did Jack Dorsey just issue mea culpa to all Twitter banned conspiracy peddlers? Mea culpa. And elite U.S. Marine unit conducts live fire drills in Persian Gulf. Message to Iran. Oh my God. Could this be the message? Could this what we've been waiting for? Because, you know, I play the oil market every week. Could this be the message? Could this be a message to bring oil, the petrodollar, back? comes after Pentagon warned all boats in the Gulf to stay 100 meters away from U.S. warships or risk defensive measures. Oh my God. Could this be a sign? Master of puppets, Bitcoin cuts the strings. The centralized financial system has compromised itself several times during the last 2 decades alone, and now it's time for a serious change. Questions over Chinese influence emerge after Biden. Charitable organizations refuse to disclose funding. Oh, come leave him alone, okay? You know, he's going to beat Donald Reagan in December, okay? Donald Reagan is going to lose to him, okay?
The Mexican government
is going to pay for it. Okay. And Silicon Valley tech giants caught providing services to blacklisted Chinese security firms. Of course. This is happening, guys. The economic reopening, is it a fake out? Do not be fooled by reopening. It is not real because it is not meant to last. It is a steam valve to calm the public outrage and to condition the U.S. periodic tyranny. Oh, God, stop yawning. I'm sorry, guys. Let me wake up here. Portuguese enjoy first state sanctioned beach day since COVID outbreak started. Live updates. Let's go to Portugal, people. We go to Portugal. I wanted to go this year. I had plans to go to Portugal this year because I actually had a few things I needed to get done there this summer. But it looks like with this stupid thing that's happening, it looks like it's not going to happen. All right, so we got a few things here in the pipe for you guys here. A few article headlines I'm just going to throw out there. Then we're going to discuss economically what's going to happen and what you think is going to happen. So let's go over to the comment section real quick before we kick off any of these articles. Big Rob New Zealand says, my neighbor just sold her house, took 6 days, got nearly 900,000 New Zealand dollars. Wow, that's like $622,000 American. Big Rob New Zealand, was it like a 13-bedroom, 7-bath with an indoor and outdoor swimming pool and on 10 acres with a golf range or a putting range there in the backyard? That's a lot of money, man. Don't make me show you what you could buy in Miami for 200 grand. You don't make me show you. Okay, we got yeah, big Rob New Zealand. So let's go really quickly back into my channel because I need to show you something that ties in with tonight's show. Just real quick here, okay? So let's go back here. Let's go back to the channel. And let's go to article scan, please. Okay, so this is the video I'm talking about. Canadian housing market could be saved. Or I put Canadian housing market is saved. Now, I'm going to tell you guys why I made this article, because it's very, very important. Because the Prime Minister of Canada, he's a very smart guy. He's very good, or he's a damn good actor. And let me tell you what he did today. He went on record today. He went behind a microphone, and you know what he went to say? He doesn't like what's happening in Hong Kong. He doesn't like the idea of Hong Kong getting blah, 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 and all this other stuff. He's brilliant. Why? Because Hong Kong is one of the last regions in China where they could still bring their wealth offshore. Okay? Now, he flipped the script and actually went on the side of Hong Kong. Do you guys know why? Because the capital flows from China, I think it's August 1st of 2020, is going to be $0. Unless they could prove they're going on a vacation and they could take $100 a day or something. $0 coming August 1st, 2020. Okay? Okay. So I wanted to put this out there. So he flipped the script. Now, if he could get these people rushed into Canada, he claims there's 300,000 Hong Kong citizens living in Hong Kong with Canadian citizenship. It's actually more than that. It's close to 800,000. So, if he could get that wealth offshore, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Australia is going to be bidding for them too. So we're going to wait to see what the Australian government and his brilliance is going to come forward and talk about how basically he doesn't like what Hong Kong is doing. The second he does that, Canada and Australia will be fighting for rich investors like they did up to the last 5 years ago. So when I say he's smart, he's actually really playing it well this time. Closing the door on China, opening the door to Hong Kong, create that, oh, I don't like, come to Canada, it's better, bring your money, we'll take care of you here in Canada. But the people living here, people living here, they don't even exist.
The Mexican government
Will pay for it. So it's really weird. So he actually flipped the script because he knows that China is not going to let any money out ever to the colonies or to the Commonwealth. So something's going to give. Play the side of Hong Kong because they could take their money out still till August. I think it's August 1st, 2020 or September 1st. It's one of those months where it's going to be really tough to move any capital offshore. Now, we're waiting for the Australian government. Maybe the New Zealand government might weigh in and try and get some too. So it's like a bunch of kids standing around like an ice cream truck. And they're waiting to get their ice cream. You know what I'm saying? And there are a whole bunch of them standing around to try and get their ice cream. You know what I'm saying? So Serenity now is saying smart in question marks. I hope he heard my full. I hope he heard my full speech on how Trudeau played that this morning or yesterday. Sorry. I hope he didn't click off the YouTube before he let me finish. So we got Mitch Madden in the house. We got the Lost Canuck. The City of Toronto in trouble 2018. John Tory gave hotels $108 million. Illegals now broke. Yeah, that's not doing well right now too. So we got Papa Piss saying China is buying up the world's distressed assets. Watch out, guys. So I made this video right here. So in response to what Trudeau said, I made this video here. Right, article scan, please. Okay, this one right here. I made this video right here. Why? It's called Canadian Housing Market Could Be Saved. And I said that to raise the alarm. Because if he could get 100, 200,000 people to take his side and roll on in to Canada, we're done. We cannot keep up. None of us could keep up. I don't know what's going to happen. And I've already asked people, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do if we have to, like, for me, well, I mean, we go back to Europe, right? But what are some Canadians going to do if they have to leave the country? Where are they going to go? Like, which country is going to allow you to immigrate to them because you have a housing migration issue or you have a housing affordability issue? I don't see a lot of countries out there saying, oh, come and live with us. You know, you got college, you have a skilled trade, you speak 2 languages, whatever. Come to our country. We understand that you can't afford to live in Canada. And that's what's happening. So that's why we're doing, is Canada rebounding? So we got Nat Pashukal saying homes, apartments, rents, cars, boats, trailers continue to crash in asset values. That's correct. So let's continue here. So let's move on to some of the article reading, guys. I wanted to bring that up so I could give you guys an explanation what is happening with that article, why I made that video. Because I want you guys to learn, and I don't want you guys to get all mad if something does happen and they find a way to fast track more wealthy citizens to come in the country, right? We got to kind of talk about this to protect our own sovereignty here, guys. So Dave Sabrini just sent me $2.79 Canadian. That should be enough money to get me to downtown Detroit. Yeah, Steve Stevens is actually putting up a really important comment that everybody needs to take a gander at. Steve Stevens says, all those parents were born outside of Canada, get your citizenship by December, I think he's trying to say, or by decent. Yeah, I'm dual citizen. So my kids, I'm going to give them Portuguese citizenship. It allows them to be part of the Portuguese Union with Brazil and Portuguese Africa, Timor, Portuguese-speaking countries. It allows them entry into the Portuguese Union, and it allows them entry into the European Union for I don't know how long that's going to last. Okay, so let's get down to articles real quick so then we could get some guests on the show. Okay, so this is the one I wanted to address, and there's quite a few of them too. There's a lot of articles throwing this out there. Stocks are up, but economy's down. Hey everyone! So basically, one, we've learned so far about where the economy is headed. So it looks like we'll be back soon. There'll be the economy will be coming back very soon, according to a lot of these articles. And the worst is over, but recovery for the UK economy will take years. So it looks like they've hit bottom and it's ready to start bouncing back. And according to quite a few articles that are out there, alternatives to killing people for economy. Much pain and suffering has come from people, has lofted, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to get into that too technically. Good news for the Australian economy as weekly job losses slow. So it looks in new employment data. Australia is coming back already. Woo! All right. And
The Mexican government
is going to pay for it. All right, let's keep going. Australian economy gets some more good news as weekly job slows. Like Christmas, New Zealand's post-COVID books boom. Keep reading. It's like Christmas time. Everything's open back in New Zealand. Australia's had reopening. Canada here, we've been reopening parks and everything. New Zealand economy gets back to work as lockdown is eased. So all over the Commonwealth, we're seeing, and obviously in the United States, I mean, we could go there and I could show you, but there's a million articles from the United States. And here it is, guys. Stimulus coming to Canada. CRA stimulus. More bailing out stocks. More bailing out Canadian bonds. More bailing out everything under the sun. So is the market going to bounce back? And if so, are these guys jumping the gun on these articles? There's a lot of articles. I had to pick and choose through articles where they're telling people that, hooray, the war has ended. Hitler surrendered or Hitler dead. The war is over. And everyone gets on the street and pops the champagne and the confetti goes flying. And you kiss a girl, get a photograph of it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Big Rob New Zealand says economic crash has not even started yet. This is the phony war we are in. Yep. So Lost Canuck. We got Mike L in the house. Hey Mike, wondering if you are taking calls tonight. Yes, I'm going to be taking calls tonight. Woo! Look at the background just changed abruptly here. Be taking calls on Mike in the night and then making phone calls with you people. All right, let's get, who are we going to get on first? There's other people we got to get on the show here. I want to get Blunt News on first because he did message me. He's testing out his YouTube and testing out his stuff. So let's get Blunt News on first here real quick. We'll give him a plug and we'll move on. Yo.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing? Okay, guys, I got Blunt News up. Let me put him up so he looks cute. All right, buddy, you're looking good. Hold on, let's go to guest. Let's set you up here. Blunt News in the house. All right, buddy, talk. What's going on? What do you got to tell us?
What do I want to talk about? I can't talk about, but
No. Just vaguely tell us.
I'll try to speak on what I want to talk about without saying certain keywords. Google OneDrive deleted files from people's cloud storage in relation to that documentary that came out
Of the sickness, yeah, of the sickness.
of the sickness.
The sickness
Yeah.
that's going around there, the OneDrive deleted a bunch of people's personal.
That's right.
Personal.
And, that's a little bit different than social media censoring, right?
So you're
That's-
telling me if this was the Mexican government's file, they could have deleted it?
Well, wherever it is, if
I'm
it's
just-
on
I'm-
Google
I'm-
OneDrive,
Yeah. Okay, so tell us.
on.
So tell us what's you go ahead and show us the clip. Show us the clip. You could show it to us.
okay, I'll have to scan through some other things that we can't really talk about. But Google OneDrive takes down users' personal copy of, you know what, after it was flagged by the Washington Post. So it goes on to talk about how the Washington Post contacted Google and let them know that there was some misinformation there and they should take it down. And it wasn't the first time it's happened to Elon Musk talking about a questionable study on the subject. That was also blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is a big deal. And not too many people I see out there talking about it. It's a sad situation where you have this show here where anybody comes on and they can speak their mind basically, and the subject matter is being chopped away, and we're getting backed up into a corner more and more, and we have to be careful about what we talk about.
And how we talk about it too. That's another scary thing.
Yep, it's a
So-
big problem.
Can you show us those clips? You said you got a carousel of clips there you could show us. You could show the clips. Go ahead.
Let's see here. This is pertaining to something that Jim Rickards, I'm sure your audience knows who he is because most of you are gold bugs, I imagine.
Yep.
And if you're not, I don't know what you're waiting for because time's running out, I think.
How much time on the window do you think for gold for the window to close?
It's already at the start of this thing. Gold sales were going crazy, right?
Yeah,
They were sold
a lot
out.
of
in a
bullion
lot of
dealers
places.
were out of stock.
Yes. And even now, you're seeing big premiums.
Okay.
But it's not the only option. Rickards was talking about some doctors coming out and saying some different things. So he linked us to a ABC article, and it quotes the doctor, and he's basically saying that he's seen more suicide attempts in 4 weeks, 4 weeks or 4 months, 4 weeks, than that take up the same as a whole year.
Wow. So basically, they're occurring in the last 4 weeks more than they would see in a year.
That's right.
That's crazy. It's like people that smoke cigarettes will end up dying a lot. Wow, that's crazy. So it's like consolidating it into 4 weeks. So like 1 year's worth of smokers would die. Wow, that's huge. Okay, so where do you think it's heading? Do you see the economy? Do you see the fake economy bouncing back? What the heck is going on? What do you think?
I think that they keep it going as long as they can, right?
Do you think Trudeau's speech this morning about Trudeau had a speech this morning about that whole taking the side of Hong Kong and kind of closing the door on China? I made a video, and I don't know if I was wrong about it, but I'm thinking Trudeau, what he's doing, he's backtracking, and he's flipping the script so we could go against China, so the Hong Kongers who could leave with their money still, and then have that option, could come to Canada. And I know that's what he's been doing for years.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea because what Trudeau says and what he does are two different things every time. Are there going to be more coming in? I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
Are they going to be buying houses at these prices, though? If you were in Hong Kong, Canada doesn't look too appealing right now, especially the prices. They're not going down. They're staying. They haven't been going down. I mean, houses are staying on the market longer, yes, but the sellers are not dropping their prices. So,
did you get your channel up and running?
No, but if I do, it won't be on this platform.
Yeah, you said you're going to go to BitChute?
I'm going to try a few different platforms. I'll let you know as soon as I get it going. But right now, I'm just doing this on the weekends, you know.
Well, if you can, you're welcome to clip this out if you want and put it up on this channel here, on your YouTube channel here. So you could have some content there so people could go to your other platform.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with spreading it out a bit, right?
For sure. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. So, okay, so I wanted to ask you, so what is it, $3 trillion or $2 trillion Canada is injecting in the markets this weekend? That was news to me,
2 trillion?
Too. Yeah, I just found that out, too. That's news to me, man. I don't know how many trillions,
crazy,
but it's over this weekend to help the economy. So
it's over $1 trillion?
Yeah, it's over. That's what I've been hearing. Hey, is that lemon water?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, man, I'm drinking my lemon water right here. All right.
Buy Bitcoin, man. Buy gold. Buy silver. It's a hedge.
It is a hedge against inflation. It totally is. It definitely is. And do you see us going into a spiral of inflation, like spiraling out of control into hyperinflation? I know we're not Africa, but in Africa they don't have the how do you say it, the reserves or the economic might to actually soften the injections. So do you think?
Yeah, because this is what they end up with, right?
Oh my God, is that a $50 billion bill from Zimbabwe?
Absolutely.
Oh my God. You know what? We could use that and buy like 50 homes in Vancouver.
Yeah, you wish, Mike. Or maybe not. That place is not what it used to be, that's for sure.
Did you live in Vancouver?
No, but I have friends out there, and they tell me it's just as liberal, if not worse, than Toronto.
Or California. Yeah.
Yeah.
California's been like that too lately, so. Okay.
If I know a lot of people probably in the comments, I can't see the comments right now, but I know last time I talked about Bitcoin, a lot of people were concerned about it being, part of the plan. They probably own it too, and gold is the only way. Well, guess what? Guess who owns gold, right? Who has the most gold? The IMF has the most gold, more than any nation. So if you want to talk about Bitcoin possibly being a government plan where they possibly own or have control of the 1 million Bitcoin that Satoshi supposedly has, it's not a good argument, because if you turn right around and talk about gold, first of all, gold has a higher inflation rate than Bitcoin now since the halvening. And also central banks own gold. Besides, if Bitcoin really is part of the plan, the technology is out there. We can move on to a different cryptocurrency, a more community-based cryptocurrency. It's not like you buy Bitcoin and you're stuck in Bitcoin. It's actually pretty liquid when you're buying other digital assets, right? They're all valued in Bitcoin.
Right. Yeah, because people keep asking me if I take Bitcoin on my channel. I'm like, it's not that I don't want to, it's I don't have a wallet, right? So.
Well, the wallet, you can generate a wallet for free. You can generate one offline that never sees the internet, right?
Whoa.
There's never a name attached to it.
That's amazing.
You can go and buy Bitcoin on a Bitcoin ATM and stuff it with cash, and then use your offline generated wallet to send the Bitcoin to, right? And the action of sending the Bitcoin to that wallet you generate is what makes it alive on the blockchain.
That's
so
correct.
it doesn't have to ever touch the internet, really, your wallet, and there's never anything linking you to it. So yes, the addresses can be tracked, but whose name is on that address? How would they ever find out? It's
There's no way to trace it. I know what you're saying.
yeah, and there's big money coming into this,
There it is there. Grayscale buys 33% of all Bitcoin mined in the last 3 months. Who's Grayscale?
That's right. Grayscale is the biggest investment. They have the biggest investment funds in digital assets, right? $3.3 billion, it says on their website. And they're on pace to have about 500,000 Bitcoins pretty soon.
That's a lot of digital currency, buddy.
Well, that's a lot of money being put into this stuff. Another thing, guys, if this is their plan, you want to be in on it early. Do you want to watch it? They're gonna if it is their plan and they're gonna sucker everybody into it. Wouldn't it be wise to be in early on the housing boom, in early on Amazon, on Google, early on Apple? Wouldn't it have been wise to be early?
Of course. You want to buy at the bottom, right?
Of course. And then, but you're contributing to the slave system or whatever it is. Guys, they're 10 steps ahead of us. For us to know where they're going to take us next is very, very hard, especially when we can't even speak freely. We can't get everybody's opinions. We can't figure out what the hell's going on, right? So if it is a plan and that's your argument, first, like I said with gold, the central banks have all the gold. Okay, so if they had it for Bitcoin, that's not the good argument to say buy gold instead of Bitcoin. And secondly, we can go always to a different digital asset if it turns out that they're really using it to enslave and track us. There's Monero, for example. It's totally private. There's no way to find out anything. If you go on the Block Explorer for Monero, it just has a message like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but it says something to the extent of, why are you trying to find out this guy's private stuff?
Okay.
So you can't even search anything on the Block Explorer on Monero. But then again, like I said, you can generate a wallet offline. You can buy Bitcoin with cash as long as we have it. And if it is their plan, get in early, guys.
Yeah.
Do you want to be poor in the slave system or rich in the slave system? That's the way I see it, because they're 10 steps ahead, and to beat them is next to impossible. We can't even speak freely. We can't share opinions and how our thoughts freely without being taken down, demonetized, or in some instances, police showing up at your front door. We're seeing that in the UK a lot.
Really?
Yeah, you have messages or anything that looks like you're anti-police or government, there's a chance that police are going to come to your door, ask you for ID, and it's a scare tactic.
Well, in Canada, they passed a law about a year ago where they could come into your house and breathalyze you.
Yeah, I remember seeing that for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Since you last drove your car or something.
They could breathalyze you inside your house. I know.
What I liked about that specific thing was that there was people in Ontario, at least, revolting. I remember a couple stories. An old elderly lady said, "I am not putting my mouth on anything." They took her to jail.
They took her to jail?
They actually took her to jail, and there was another man who did the same thing.
Wow.
And then we haven't heard much about it since. I haven't seen any of those random breathalyzing tests, and as a matter of fact, I don't think I would put my lips on anything either.
I don't blame you.
We have to have hills we'll die on, right? We have to have lines in the sand where we will not cross, or they can just walk all over us.
That's right.
And this whole censoring of opinions and everything, it's literally to make us feel like we're alone. But you go out in your neighborhood and you have one-on-ones with your neighbor or whatever, and you speak to people in your life around you. Everybody is saying that this whole thing is not what it is, right? This,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
yeah. So they're 10 steps ahead. If Bitcoin's part of the plan, get in early, guys. It's really, really cheap.
Okay.
Well, really, really cheap as in what it can be. If you're looking to purchase, I wouldn't purchase right now. You know, we could see the price go down, and it still has to break a downtrend, which is going to be
seeing
around.
it there, yeah.
Okay, you can see my screen still.
Yeah.
You know, 10, 11 grand. And then once we break through that, there's another resistance at 14 and then 17 in a bit. But if we touch 17, I have no doubt in my mind that we're going all-time high again.
Yeah, I'm seeing that right now.
So,
All right.
That's it.
I'm going to let you
out.
Yeah, thanks for giving us your feedback. We're going to get the next caller. I got quite a few people that want to come on the show tonight. I'm not sure why, but there's a lot of people that want to come. Oh, there you go. I got you on full screen there. There you are. Yeah, I got a lot of people wanting to come on tonight to weigh in on tonight's subject matter. It's kind of weird, bouncing back economy. I don't know. Stimulus, it's gonna pump it up. It's like giving something steroids, and then it weakens after, right?
Yeah, it's about money velocity. If they get the money velocity up, we could see hyperinflation. I don't know, man. I don't know if you saw this. This is another piece of news. The parties in Canada have just all applied for emergency money.
Yeah, somebody was mentioning that in the comments. Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the comments that they applied for emergency money and all this other crap. Yeah, it's getting scary. It's getting hectic.
Yeah.
All right.
Just everybody out there, stay informed and and care.
Stay strong.
And for people who don't care, you can go.
Oh, he just hung up on us. I did not hang up on him. And that was Blunt News jumping off the line there real quick. And as I was reading the comments, there he goes. Always good to hear from him. We got, who else? There's a lineup of people that want to come on tonight. We got to get Eduardo. We got to ask him, is this market going to bounce back? Yay or nay? What is going on? I spoke to him earlier today. Let's get his video up here.
Mikey, how's it going?
It's going, buddy. How you doing?
Good. You got me on my phone somehow, but anyways, let's do this.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to just change the name up here to Eduardo. And you are calling from the GTA. And that's not Grand Theft Auto, people. That is the Greater Toronto Area. So I got your video up before I show your face. I have your video up showing right now, so I'm going to play it a little bit here.
All right, and I'll call you right back off my computer, okay?
Okay, bye.
Speakers just starting to talk, and let's take a look at what's going on here.
So this is Eduardo here today. He was in...
Scott, what are you going to say? We're live on Facebook.
We have to unify. We have to unify all the groups that are here under one common umbrella. And that umbrella is freedom, our freedom. That's what we're fighting for. And we have to unite in order to do it.
So this is Eduardo today. He'll be calling us back. He went today to, basically to, I think this is Queen's Park in downtown Toronto.
Well,
looks like the weather.
We've got the 5 eyes or 6 eyes or whatever. You got your facial recognition going on there. It looks like an RCMP. Could be Metro though. Don't know.
Yeah, he's scoping out for the cops.
They're starting to organize under a shady tree. Notice there's no masks, no gloves. Oh, one guy's wearing a mask. Is he? No, sorry, it's a beard. Yeah, Police do not have one mask. No gloves. Oh, one guy's got gloves on.
Hold on, somebody had gloves on?
Nice warm day in Toronto. How's it sound, guys?
Sounds good, buddy. Lots of signage out there, people. So there it is. Lots of signage, lots of people out and about, exercising
We're live on Facebook
their
right now.
freedom
Keep
of
going.
speech.
Yeah, he was the Prime Minister of Norway in 1940. And he led all the Nazis into Norway without a...
Cool. Thanks, guys. How many showed up here? Maggie, I'd peg it probably around 400 mark. Approximately, it's kind of hard to count because everyone's spread out. It's a big, Queen's Park is a big lawn. Did you guys read these billboards people are holding?
So everyone's got mixed opinions here. Everyone's thinking different here. Oh, I see why I'm getting missed calls from Eduardo. It's because I have his You guys
read these billboards people are holding?
Sorry, I apologize. Do you know why you couldn't get through to me?
No idea.
Because I'm not allowed to run Facebook at the same time. Facebook, because it's got Messenger built in, so it's trumping the Skype.
Cool.
Yeah. So here's our guest here, Eduardo from the GTA. So I was playing a little bit of your protest there. So that's good that you're going out there and exercising your God-given right to speak. Now, Eduardo, I want to ask you, you brought up some really good points while I was in the bathroom. You asked me, I asked you about the economy. Where's the economy going? Is there going to be a bounce back? But you brought up some very clever angles. Go ahead.
Where do we start? Okay, first of all, you got derivative scandal. You got the world's total economy in derivatives right now sitting on the sidelines, and that's going to be crashing soon.
Mm-hmm.
Fiat currency, we got governments spending money left, right, and center. Who's going to pay for all this? You got to go into hyperinflation to devalue the dollar and the past currencies.
Okay, so is there the angle of it bouncing back? I'm reading quite a few articles from across the Commonwealth, from New Zealand, Australia. Everything looks like it's a lottery. It's Christmas time again, blah, blah, blah. Now, my question is, have we seen the worst yet, or is there a lot worse to come?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but come on, it's got to get worse. Who's going to pay all these debts down? You got fiat currency crashing. You got derivative scandals that's going to blow up any day now.
Right. Yeah. Deutsche Bank is going into even deeper negative rates right now.
You don't hear anything on the news, though, do you?
You hear it on Mike in the Night.
Yeah, Mike on the Night, yeah. But fake news, they're printing what they're being told to print, and it's a shell game. We're in the last few months, maybe 6 months max, before this thing completely collapses.
Mm-hmm.
2 years on the outside that they can drag this on, but it's going to fall apart.
You think 24 months they could tape it and gumshoe it and Mickey Mouse it for another 2 more years before it really comes down hard?
It's going to come down. Look what's happened for the last 2 months here. They've shut down the economy pretty much knocked out 40% of the economy for the last 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all the business owners that had to close their shops and stores. They've been eating into their savings to pay pay the rent, pay the utility bills, pay the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of landlords, a lot of tenants aren't even paying the commercial landlords right now because they say, what are you going to do? Who are you going to rent it to?
That's true.
You know, businesses aren't going to be opening up left, right, and center. People are going to be going bankrupt. They put a little bit of a bandage now with these payouts from the government. And where's the money going to come from? It does not grow on trees. Mind you, they do print it from thin air, but this is all going to fall apart in the West.
I'm very pro reset. I'm a reset guy. I want to see a reset. I want to see things go back to what they were 15, 20 years ago, where basically everything's tied to average wage earners, not multi-billionaires from China.
Nope, not going to happen. You know why?
Ever?
Oh, there'll be a reset, but we're going to be going into a long recession that's going to last at least 10 years.
Okay.
They've been kicking this can down the road. They kicked it down the road in 2007, 2008. Remember the internet bubble, 2000? A lot of people took a soaking then. A lot of money was printed then. So yeah, 2000, 2007, 2008. And there's been quiet quantitative easing going on since then. Just a few months ago, Trump borrowed another, what was it, 6.2, not billion, trillion.
Whoa.
Remember
that's
that?
correct. Yeah, that's correct. Continue.
So the federal debt in the U.S. went from, was it $23 trillion to $27 trillion. Okay, so you got some manufacturing did come back to the States. They are being a little bit protectionistic now, but there's still deals being done. There's still, the Trans-Pacific Partnership? That nonsense is still going on. The big multinationals, they're still going to be playing their games.
Yes.
The elite are still going to be making money.
But
people got to remember, we are nothing more than sheep.
So can you see a temporary bounce back?
Yeah,
they're acting like Hitler's dead, the war's over, and everyone's parading down Fifth Avenue.
No. No, you're going to start seeing mortgage defaults happening soon because people are running out of money. Remember, a lot of people were only 2 weeks away from bankruptcy, and that was 6 months ago.
Yeah, they're $200 away, yes.
Yeah. So the bill collectors have been told to wait. You can't do anything right now because there's COVID stuff. But as soon as the economy opens up in the next 3-4 weeks, bill collectors are going to be going nuts. The sheriffs will be busy. Bailiffs will be busy. A lot of default notices will be being served. A lot of people carrying credit card debt that just didn't pay their credit cards. A lot of utility bills weren't paid. And people are going to start paying those down when they start getting back to work. The ones that weren't working, a lot of the people were getting paid. Here's a great one for you. You know, everybody that's been working for the government.
Yeah, government, public sector workers, yes.
All sitting at home doing squat, getting full paychecks.
Wow. Well, it's public
sector.
How does that work? But then how is the private sector going to bail out the public sector? They don't. They just print more money.
It's going to come crashing down because it's already now. It's not even worth the paper it's printed on if you think about it. It's this fiat currency. It's come to they've kicked this can down the road so far. Now you're going to start seeing inflation going up. And from what you told me tonight, that they're going to be shutting down all the money coming out of Hong Kong. Okay, so
mainland China is developing some sort of, I don't know if it's a software or some gatekeeping banking device, which disallows people that are traveling to take more than X amount for their travels. People traveling, let's say, to England from mainland China shouldn't take $400,000 in cash with them. You know what I'm trying to say?
As far as I know, going to Canada, U.S., you're allowed maximum $10,000.
Oh, that's just for me and you, Eduardo.
Well, I don't know how the elite does it because I'm not there.
Well, they bring hockey bags in. They bring in hockey bags into casinos and they launder the money. Walk around with these lavender chips. Spend a couple hours in the casino. Go back and cash it with clean money. They've been doing it for years. Huge hockey bags. I have it on video on my channel.
Okay, cool. Let's go back a few years. I remember the recession of 81, 82. Interest rates went sky high.
That was huge. Ronald Reagan was behind that too because they needed to fix that economy real quick in a heartbeat, and going 8 to 10% interest rates was the key to rebuild the economy.
Well, Canada went to 22% for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Or 21.8 or something.
And the banks were offering you 8% on your savings account.
Yep.
So if you had $1 million, you were getting 80 grand a year from your savings account.
Yeah, and inflation was less than 2% back then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the real net disposable income of Canadians, we've been slaughtered.
Oh yeah, because wages haven't caught up to inflation.
The standard of living's been going down, so people can't save real money. The value of that real money is worth less. Okay, some people that got union jobs and if both couples are working and you get reasonable child care, you can save a little bit of money, but a lot of people are not saving money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a lot of people going their house rich or house poor. I don't know how you'd put it, but
house broke.
House broke? Okay. Look at the place I'm in. I bought this for $165,000 back in '96 at the bottom of the market.
And it's worth $4 million now.
No. I don't know what it's worth. I really don't care. So I'm keeping this place, and I got a tenant upstairs. But it went from $165,000. So realistically, I should be able to get probably close to $1 million for this because I can sever a lot off the side. Mm-hmm. And I'm in downtown Old Markham. But it went from 165, and now it's up probably 900, maybe $1 million, $1.1 million. I don't know. It wouldn't be a far stretch to say it's $1.1 million. Mm-hmm. Where's the value, right? I only spent 70 grand on the renovations.
Mm-hmm. It's like me, people were telling me the other day, oh, Mike, if housing prices go down, your house will go down to below 100,000. I'm like, you know what? I didn't buy my house to make money off my house. I bought my house so I could raise my family.
Yep.
That's what a house is, a headquarters. For me, I see a home as headquarters, a place that you operate from and operate as a family and run your business from if you have to. I run a business from home, and it does really well.
Okay, great. But anyways, back to the economy. What's going to happen with the economy? The globalists, they want to control us, the sheeple. Mm-hmm. Unquestionable, right? Can we agree on this?
No, yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. So you got banksters, you got businessmen. Some businesses are just on fire right now. Mold making shop in Mississauga. I was talking to them. They're doing very, very well. They've never been busier right now. Mm-hmm. Some of the smaller shops have closed down, and the recession of tool making took a big hit in 2001, 2002, and it was a steady decline for almost 10 years because a lot of the tooling and mold making was being made in China. Mm-hmm. Nowhere near the quality that we make here in Canada. Mm-hmm. So they're doing very, very well, but a lot of the smaller shops just disappeared. A lot of small tool makers, they're gone forever. Oh. Okay, look at aircraft. That's another big industry here in Canada, right? Montreal, and we got some of it. Some of the aviation is here in Toronto. Mm-hmm. Used to be a lot more, but Trudeau fixed that for us. And they took all the aircraft manufacturing out of Winnipeg. Thank you, Trudeau. Mm-hmm. Senior, not junior, senior.
Senior, the old one, old Trudeau.
Yeah. Bombardier was a complete mess. They had to sell out the, what's that big plane they had, the medium-sized plane. They had to sell that to Airbus. They took a hit on that. Mm-hmm. You don't hear anything from Bombardier right now.
Well, they don't want to upset shareholders, right?
Well, Bombardier did is they still have some manufacturing going on in Downsview, but I haven't heard a word, and I bet you a lot of those orders got canceled in the last 2 months. Mm-hmm. Flights on people flying, it's down. The flights are down 90% from 3 months ago. Mm-hmm. A lot of planes are getting mothballed early because they're just not going to, why keep them online, right? No one's going to be flying for a while. Mm-hmm. So this all adds up. You got a little bit here, a little bit of damage here, some damage here, some damage here, some damage there, damage there, damage there. In the end, it all adds up. People are going to be fighting for jobs, especially the people that have mortgages.
Yep.
Because as there's less money in people's pocket to spend, that translates into less sales for the businesses to do. You got taxes that have to go up because they've pissed away billions of dollars. Mm-hmm. We don't even know what the real numbers are here in Canada.
Oh, you don't. They don't want to tell us anyway. And if we probably knew, we'd end up committing suicide with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head.
Did somebody let Hillary north of the border? I thought she's in Guantanamo.
No. I like how you came back with that one. I like your comeback on that one. Yeah, but to be realistically transparent with this, I really want to see this correct. I really want to see the next generation have a chance, because we're selling out the next generation if we keep going this way. We're going to sell out the next 3 generations if we keep going the way we're going.
I think that damage is already done, Mike.
So what are we talking, Star Trek years now?
I don't know. What's it going to take? Like, the only chance we really have is to write new constitutions in every province. And then the corrupt system just goes away. And that can save us in Canada. We've got that blessing. We have that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
We've had that chance to do that since Queen Elizabeth died in 1901.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to do that. And if people think, oh, we already got a constitution. No, we don't. We have a constitutional act here in this country. But everything changes. If we can pull this off, that's why you hear a lot of people are talking about constitution, what's legal, what's law. A lot of people are talking about admiralty law.
Yep.
A lot of people are talking about common law. The United States had common law up until the 1880s.
Mm-hmm.
Then the banksters subverted that. Deregulation. Well, Creature from Jekyll Island. Look at what happened there. How the banksters set up the Federal Reserve. Mm-hmm. A lot of Americans don't even know the Federal Reserve is a privately held bank.
Yeah, well, some of them are waking up to that. They understand that it's the land it's on is not part of the United States. The land it's on is not, and so is Washington D.C. District of Columbia is not part of the. It's like not even part of the United States. It's like the Vatican.
And London, England, the main town of about was it 25 square miles, same thing. And this goes back to the 1500s, I believe. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's the same kind of things going on over there. Do we need a reset? Absolutely. Is it going to happen? Not if the.
Will they allow it? That's the question. Would they allow it?
Yeah, the parasites, they're not going to allow it. They're going to try to keep this thing going because they keep making more and more money, and the wealth is just astronomical. Bill Gates, why does he need to make $100% on his money? 100 to 1, I think he's making on his vaccine scandal. He's got billions of dollars. It's not about money anymore for these people. It's all about control.
Yes. It's something that happens. Instead of, relaxing from 10, 15 years ago, stepping down from his company, relaxing 10, 15 years ago, finding a secluded home in Costa Rica to live off the rest of his life and just keep it quiet type of thing and die in peace, and then that's it. But no, it's more about more money, more power, more control, more. I know what's right for everybody. I know what's right for you. I know what vaccines you should take. I know what you should eat before you go to bed. I should tell you what, and that's scary. And when it's not coming from a government entity, it's someone that's working with government entities. It makes it even scarier. Yeah.
Say it with me, Mike. Bah.
Let me see if I can get a soundboard for a sheep here.
I love China.
I got the I love China going full blast here.
I love China.
Yeah.
No, we're in trouble here, guys. The fiat currency is going to collapse, and it's going to happen soon. Your stocks, if you're holding stocks inside of mutual funds, unless you have those stock certificates, you don't own those stocks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's another Federal Reserve-ish company that actually holds all that paper, and they actually own it. Mm-hmm. It's in your name, but they've got the paper, so they actually have it. They own it. It's kind of like the bail-ins Trudeau and the finance minister were talking about a couple years ago. Remember that legislation that came in?
Yeah, bail-ins are important because they're going to steal our money to pay out their mistakes.
Yep.
That's really sad. Hey, well, let's make a bunch of mistakes with your your future and your kids' future, and then you're going to have to pay it back later. It's like when Donald Trump. It's like when Donald Trump said that we're gonna build a wall, but the
Mexican government
is going to pay for it. The Mexican government's going to pay for it. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
And have they?
Not really. I don't know. I haven't really followed that lately.
But whatever. Now, are they building the wall to keep other people out or to keep Americans in?
Keep Americans in. I said that a few years ago. It's to keep people keep people in the country. To get them from, yes. Yes.
So, I don't know. what's the average age of our viewers? I guess it's a little bit younger. I'm a little bit
It's
older.
about 36 to 72.
Okay,
All
recessions.
male. There's like 3 girls that watch this channel.
Yeah, but all those 3 girls are really hot, though, right?
Yeah, we got a few. We got. I think it's like 3% of women watch the channel. 3%.
But anyways, I remember the recession of '72. Housing market went sky high. Within 6 months, it lost half its value.
Mm-hmm.
There was a soft one in '78, '79, and that kind of led into '81. And that was driven by interest rates. So interest rates went sky high. Housing prices came down.
United States of America.
That one rebounded pretty quick within about a year or two.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, 90, and then things just started taking off. The Chinese came in the 80s, started buying up housing like crazy, and I seen the house price. Your average 2,400 square foot house in Scarborough went from $105,000 in 1983 to about $400,000 in 1990. That's on the outskirts of the outside of Scarborough.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the new
Are
construction
you sure
back then.
you don't mean 1990, not 80s?
No, I'm talking the 80s.
Okay.
And then 1991 rolled around.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Ray got elected, put in housing rent controls.
Mm-hmm.
And then the condo market, it was like somebody went click. All the new housing stopped because builders were building on spec
Mm-hmm.
because they knew they'd sell anyways, right? And the prices were going up. Like every year they'd go up. So builders were making their money in the mid 80s and stretching out the contractors and paying them 90, 120 days. So people would be living in a house for 60, 90 days already. The builders had that money for 60 to 90 days, and then the contractor finally gets paid for that.
Wow.
So a lot of that was going on, and that's why a lot of smaller and medium-sized contractors took a bath in 91.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the switch went click, no more new construction.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the second time I was out of work
The United States
for about
of
6
America.
months. I went from having 5 guys under my belt, like employed, full-time,
Mm-hmm.
to me looking for work and taking a job for $10 an hour.
What did you do at $10 an hour? Eddie?
I was installing replacement windows
Oh, okay.
for $10 an hour.
Okay.
But I was
Ed-
a year earlier, I was paying my guys $25-30 an hour just to hang siding on new construction. Easy job.
Mhm. And
So that was the 91 recession. And it's been going pretty steady since then. Oh, wait, 91, housing prices started going down, and they bottomed out December of 96.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
So houses that were valued in 1990, when the market was hot, were selling for $500,000. We're selling for $150,000 in 96.
Right.
And then it slowly started to go up. We had a little bit of softening in 2007, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
And we're long overdue for a housing correction.
Oh, long overdue. We need, because the problem is that they haven't left this damn thing on autopilot. They've been first-time home buyers loan, lowering rates, getting rid of the stress test. Oh, the stress test doesn't work in Vancouver and Toronto, so we're going to have to get rid of it. It works across Canada because everybody is within wages in Canada, but if you're in Vancouver or Toronto, 100 miles radius of those cities, you don't qualify for the stress test. The average Canadian doesn't.
In 2005, winter of 2006, I was working up in Thunder Bay building an airplane hangar.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen house prices in Toronto at that time. A house down here in, say, on the outskirts, like, say, one of the suburbs, was, say, $500,000-600,000,
Mm-hmm.
which is very like a smaller-ish house.
Mm-hmm.
Up in Thunder Bay, it was $140,000, $150,000.
Mm-hmm.
So those prices right now are at about $400,000. And that's for a house here, you'd be paying $1,200,000, $1,300,000.
Wow. So we need
So
a correction.
there's-
We definitely need the correction to come.
Now, why are the house prices so much lower in Thunder Bay?
I've been to Thunder Bay. I didn't like it very much.
Well, it's a beautiful town. There's no traffic to speak of.
Mm-hmm.
Spread out. I liked it. I actually liked it. It's very scenic. But
I was there in July and it was freezing.
really,
Yeah, it was freaking cold.
that's odd. Were you on the lake?
No, I was downtown Thunder Bay.
It must have been weird.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there in the summer. It's just beautiful. It's a few degrees colder, and you don't have the humidity we got here in Toronto, but summers up there are beautiful, and you got those clear blue skies all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, there's no heavy industry.
No, yeah.
There's a lot of people on social assistance in that town.
Mm-hmm.
There's some government jobs, but not a lot. Bombardier is up there. That's where they build the trains, and they screw that up completely. You know, the subways and all that stuff.
Yes.
And it's all because the union. It's a hard union town.
Mm-hmm.
And very few people don't understand the fact that, you know, even if you're in the union, if you're getting $35-40 an hour, which is really good money, especially if you're living up there, you got to put out. You got to actually have some production.
Right, you do.
And whereas you got non-union labor that's working for $10 an hour less, but they actually do 20 or 30% more,
mm-hmm.
that's an efficiency to be had. Thunder Bay doesn't have that. Plus, the logistics of being out in the middle of nowhere
mm-hmm.
doesn't help. But they are close to the States.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at grain shipments have gone down. They still have some heavy industry for the shipping repair. But
mm-hmm.
even that, the unions have messed that up.
Mm-hmm.
So Bombardier, as far as I know, it's been shut down because they got no more subway contracts, right? Or streetcar contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a town of, say, 400,000 people, and you lose 10,000 good jobs. Workforce is 100,000, so you just took 10,000 people out. Taxes are going to go down. Crime is going to go up because the city can't afford to pay as many cops.
Yeah, they're talking about firing police in other cities. I've been reading articles from Toronto, Pittsburgh. What was the other city there? Atlanta. What was it? Austin. They're looking at laying off police officers.
Hey, the cops are paid with our tax dollars, right?
Right, that's correct.
And when the government workers get too big, union jobs get too fat and too expensive, and then you lose your manufacturing and you lose your core businesses. It whittles away on the private sector. And how much can the public sector suck out of the private sector? There's a limit to that.
Well, they could suck it all out, and not only that, they could actually put derivatives on it and IOUs on that. And yeah, no, I'm not joking, Eduardo. They could do that and actually pre-sell us for like 100 years down the future.
Yeah.
So trust me, they're oh yeah, it's like that gold brick, that 1 ounce little gold bar that's at Deutsche Bank. That same 1 ounce gold bar has been sold to 100 people.
Yeah, that's the danger of paper silver and paper gold, and that's what's keeping the price artificially low. Mm-hmm. But even that's going to be exploding soon. Russia's hoarding gold. Italy's hoarding gold. China's hoarding tons of gold. India's got quite a bit of gold, and actual people in India, they always buy gold's first chance they get because they know what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And even here, I went to buy some silver this morning. I tried to buy some silver at the bank. They said, no, you got to come in Monday to Friday between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Mm-hmm. And it's spot prices, plus there's a premium, plus there's a handling charge. Oh, and you got to give them your social insurance number.
Yeah, because they're going to start charging you tax or income on that or something on that.
Well, there's probably going to, for capital gains, it could happen.
Yeah, so if it goes up to $1 million, they're going to be coming after you for money because they don't want you to make money.
Yeah. And now, will you have to pay tax on that when you sell it or just because you're holding it?
No, because it could be because you're holding it too, or sell it. They could swing it either way, the federal government.
Yeah. But these parasites, it's time for them to leave us alone.
Yeah, I couldn't
say. You know, people just want to have a decent life. I want to work at a decent job, afford to pay my bills, save a little bit of money. I don't want to cause anybody any grief.
No, of course you don't. You just want. You're not asking to change water into wine. You're only asking of just, look, you're tired of tossing salad. You want to start. You want average wages to be tied to everything. This way, if everything's tied to average wage earners in Canada and what they make, housing will come down 80%. The price of transportation will come down. The cost of everything needs to be brought back. But unfortunately, the black swan needs to come in a lot earlier because that black swan is swooping around. It's like, what are you waiting to come down and crash this damn thing? But again, like you said, Eduardo, the parasites won't allow it.
Now, keep in mind, Canada's got, 37 million people? We've got resources coming out of the yin-yang.
Mm-hmm.
we've got everything except bauxite, I believe, is the only, which is what they use to make aluminum, is the only thing we don't have.
Okay.
They're coming out of the ground. As far as I know, I believe Canada is bauxite poor, but we've got tons of cheap hydroelectric power. That's why a lot of aluminum smelting is done here in Canada. So big corporations, big business, subsidies to the industry to keep people employed, and they use the power at night, and the smelters just, pick up all that excess electricity that's not being used at night, right? So it works. And that's the thing. A lot of common sense, I don't see it anymore.
No, that's the thing. It's like they're purposely breaking the law and coming after the guy that wants to talk about it. It's like, oh, you got caught. It's like, you know what it feels like to me, Eduardo? Somebody breaks into my house. They get hurt breaking into my house. They sue me in court and win because they got hurt breaking into my house.
This is why if someone's going to break into your house, make sure you have the backhoe and it's gassed up, ready to go. No body, no crime.
Woo! 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 All right, Eduardo. Any last words, buddy?
Yeah, people get out to your city halls. You got to protest what happened last week with Cody Holler, where he got picked up and hauled off by the police. That only happened because there was 20 cops and only 15 protesters.
Okay.
People are taking notice. There was over 450 people at Queen's Park today, and there was about 20 cops. They were great. We went for a march. They actually controlled traffic for us and all that. And there's close to 400 people marching. I don't know if I sent you that video.
I gotta fix my chroma keying here because I'm turning invisible here. If you go to the video right now, if you go to the video and watch me, I'm like completely invisible.
You push that slider a little bit to the left, you should come back.
Yeah, I should come back. Yeah, I should. Maybe if I go into a different angle, I might reappear here. So, yes, Eduardo. Yes. Any final last emergency words you want to give us?
Everybody's got to show up. Parliament Hill, July 1st, Ottawa.
And what's in Ottawa? In Ottawa.
Yep. On Parliament Hill.
Oh.
Bring your signs and let's take this country back from these parasites.
Are you going to be there?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
For
So
sure.
if Eduardo's going to be there, maybe we could fly in. I don't know if people are flying, but Parliament Hill, what time?
July 1st. And it's supposed to be Canada Day, but no, we're going to be there with signs on. And I think it's time we take back this country. Like, why are we putting up with this nonsense? The fact that we allow it is why they get away with doing it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And,
all right, Eddie.
Okay, guys.
Have a good night. Stay out of trouble, please. Are you going to be on a podcast tomorrow we should know about or anything?
Sunday Long Live Radio on YouTube and DLive. It's out of England, about 1.5 million listeners around the world. They cover alternate news, the stuff you don't hear much about.
Right.
And dispel a lot of the myths and misconceptions. It's kind of a pink-pilled show. So if the people here are probably very red-pilled that listen to your show, but there's other people in their family that say, oh, it's nonsense. We take a softer approach to the news, what's happening, and try to ease people into reality. Because if you're watching CNN, if you're watching fake news, your reality is totally different from what's actually happening. That's part of the plan.
That's 100%, buddy. You got that right.
Yeah, so we slowly, gently pick that apart. Try to wake more people up.
That's
okay,
good.
Mike.
God bless you. Okay, Eddie?
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. I'm having some real technical issues here. I'm not sure why my background is failing on me tonight. I don't know why it's doing this. But you are tuned into a Mike in the Night. Let me adjust some lighting here in the room. I don't know if it's just too dark in here. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, guys. I think my chroma key thingy is broken. So let me just go back in there and set that up real quick. Video capture. It takes 1 second to fix. And see if I could get this thing back to... All right, let's see if that works. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Woo! Mike is a robot. No, I'm not. Not yet. Not a robot yet. All right, let's go into full screen. Oh, yeah, it looks better now. Doesn't that look better, guys? Yeah, it looks better. During the whole thing with Eduardo, it kept falling apart. Let me open myself up here a little bit more. There we go. Mike Martins. All right, hold on, Lost Canuck. I got a lineup of callers to call in. A lot of people have been trying to call in to the show. Who is next? Okay, BB. I know BB's watching. She wanted to call in. Okay, she's unavailable. She had a long-winded question she wanted to ask on tonight's show, and that's a lot of reading, so I wanted to get her on to ask her what is happening. And then we got Lord Humongous. Let's get him on now. Let's get the Lord Humongous on the show. Bing, bim, bim. Yo, Lord, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
Nada. What are you up to?
Nothing. I was just watching Eduardo's call.
Yeah, he's pretty informative, eh?
Yeah, he's straight on, man, and he's got the right the mindsets.
Yep.
That we all should have to defeat the common enemy, which is the root of the problem.
Well, Andrew Jackson summed it up the best, I think, when he was on his deathbed.
Did you like my video I made on that today?
That was beautiful. I actually saw that. Guys, don't forget to go to Lord Humongous' channel. He's been uploading videos, and I'm very happy to see that. So if you guys want, I'll leave you a link. Let me go here to the Humongous Wasteland here, and I'll give you guys...
Mike, let me tell you, there's another Lord Humongous on Patreon.
Is there?
And he's got like 5 supporters on there.
Okay.
It's not my channel. My channel, I'm trying to figure out how to link it to YouTube, but I can't grab a link for the page anyhow.
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second here. Let me find your channel. Let me see if I got to unsubscribe to you again. Oh, no, you're here. Here you are. So, guys, Lord Humongous made a video today. It's based off a true story. There he is showing some silver and gold here. Let's go to article scan, please. There he is right there, showing us a bit of silver and gold. Silver, sorry. And this was a really well put together video. I like the way you sum things up here.
Well, I try to make them as simplified, for people to understand. The problem is that the majority of people don't understand that this entire money system that's been going on for over 100 years has really just stolen their wealth and their freedom at the same time.
Yeah, because, well, it's deflating everything, right? Because the banks, you see, the problem is, let me explain something. When currency is backed with intrinsic value and it's minted and it's backed by hard asset like gold,
yeah, you
can't play around with money anymore. You got to be really careful where it's spent as a government. You got to be really careful that the treasury and everything adds up to what's out there to make sure the money has been minted properly, so that there's.
Exactly.
That's the problem. You can't go to war when you have a gold-backed currency unless you have a lot of gold in reserve.
You hit the nail on the head, because it is the central banks. That's the virus, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's the COVID. Bill Gates, the World Bank, he's connected to all of that. The IMF. It's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
That's what needs to come down. And until we take that power back and make them look like the fools that they are, we're all getting played in this entire system. We need to have sound money. Sound money is the only thing that is going to defeat these people. Well, you don't need to go out and protest. You don't need to go try to talk to these criminal politician clowns, sellouts, because they're all based off of Keynesian economics. There's 2 economic systems at play here. There's sound money, Austrian economics, and Keynesian economics. And all fiat is Keynesian.
Of course.
That's how they're able.
The Keynesian economic system is hedged. It's hedged off money velocity of money, right?
Exactly. Well, it's part of it. There's all kinds of aspects to how they do their BS system. But at the end of the day, it's a big clown show, and they're laughing at all of us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Again, but people are asking, people telling me, yeah, it makes for a sound system. If we backed our currency with silver, then you could see a bit of war. You could still see countries going to war because they could afford to. But here's the problem, Lord. Now let's throw this out on the table, okay? America says they say it's over. It's done. We're done. The Fed is dead. We're going to actually do something different. We're actually going to create a new system that's going to drown out the old system that we have. We're going to officially back.
That's what's happening right now, Mike.
Okay, hold on. They're officially going to go start backing their currency with gold. Let's say gold. We're going to use gold now as a backing for our currency, and any currency out there, you have X amount of time to use it and blah, blah, blah. Okay. The currency gets backed. It's intrinsic. But there's one tiny problem. Okay? What if Iran decides to go to war with America, but they start producing planes, tanks, and they're buying them from Russia, but Iran doesn't have a gold-backed currency, so they're printing money to high hell and buying tons of stuff off of Russia, and then the problem with that is America can't just start printing money out of nowhere to go to war because their currency is backed by gold. So how do they play? How do you make it a fair playing field around the world where Iran doesn't go out and just print off money to buy weapons of mass destruction, where America needs to buy more gold to back their currency? How do you balance that and make it fair? Is that what I want to know?
That's why governments have treasuries in the first place. It goes back to the treasury, not privatized central banks.
Right.
So your treasury should be the one. The Canadians should have its own treasury. Iran should have its own treasury, issuing their domestic. Even if you wanted to do a fiat silver-backed currency, that's fine. But they would still keep them in check because the government has to hold the physical metals to back that currency that they issue in the first place.
That's in circulation.
Exactly, and that's what keeps it in check. You know, America is guilty for letting the Federal Reserve private bank take it off of the gold standard in the first place under Milhouse Nixon in '71. You know, you cannot print to infinity. You will lose confidence, and when people lose confidence, that's what changes the dynamics of the whole entire thing. There's trillions upon trillions of bogus money.
But then how could Richard Milhouse Nixon afford to go to war with a gold-backed currency? That's the problem there.
Because that's when they were coming out of Vietnam, right? So that's when they were really trying to back the petrodollar through oil. That's what that whole war was about. And it was against fighting a communist system at the same time too. You know, war doesn't just have one reason or another. There's multiple reasons why countries go to war. You know, and all it does under centralized planning and power is suck the wealth out of its own country. That's why it's a racket, you know.
Goldie's saying World War II never ended, it just changed.
Exactly. None of these wars have ever ended. Just like real wealth can't be destroyed. You know, it merely is either stolen or transferred.
Right.
And when they steal it through a bogus system for 120 years of printing crap money, you know, I mean, it's just a dupe of a system, man. And people have to realize that you have to really separate yourself completely, as much as possible, out of this system completely.
Yes.
From every angle.
We're talking like 100 yards from each other.
Especially technology, okay? If you look at the big tech sector, you got all these technological companies, and they never seem to fall on the stock market. Well, why is that? You know, Bill Gates, Apple. Why do they never go down? How come every other industry goes down? They don't care about the auto industry. You know, don't care about.
We got North-South in the comments saying, then you can't afford war. Mexico hasn't gone to war. They are fine. Well, here's the deal. Do you remember Dwight David Eisenhower when he said, beware of the military-industrial complex?
Exactly.
Well, he said that because, and I think even Jimmy Carter talked about that before he left, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think they
But what I'm
did,
saying,
and they warned people about that because that's what America was hinging on to keep its economy
yeah,
going, right?
that's why we can't be defeated. I mean, people, these other countries do not understand the 50 years of advanced technology that these black projects have been ran on for the last 50 years. You know, people just don't fathom what they're dealing with when they go up against the U.S. government, and that's the problem. And as an American, I'm ashamed of this government. I can't stand this government because it's all it is one big corporation of corruption and evil. You know, and it goes back to every central government, China's central government, all the big players. You know, enough's enough. Quit enslaving your people. You know, I mean,
Well, it's
and they
been
do it
happening
every
for so long now. It's you know, things were, and I know it went off the gold standard in the early 70s, but things didn't really start to catch up until the federal spending started to go crazy.
Exactly.
And then in the early 90s they deregulated the student loans and let the governments take it over. So then student loans and cost of going and getting an education went from a couple of $2,000 a year to 30,000. Everything went crazy. After the government involves itself with anything, it turns into crap.
Mike, did you see the interview on 60 Minutes with Jerome Powell?
When was this?
This was just the other day, just like this last week they did it.
No, I missed that. I missed that
He
one.
told you. He told everybody. He says they're trying to get it to go to digital now. An even worse system than what we have right now. You know, at least with fiat cash, even though it's garbage, you can still transfer it from one party to the other privately.
Right.
You know, there's no digital tracking right now with cash, but that's what they want. That's why Bill Gates is like just salivating for all this vaccine money coming in. It's all connected, man, to the digital realm, the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the enslavement. That's why I don't support blockchain, and I disagree with Blunt News on that, man. He's got it wrong, dude. They want you to have something that's worthless. You know, the whole Bitcoin $9,000 price, it's just typed onto a computer. There's no value. There's no value in any cryptocurrency at all, and there never will be. But they're gonna make this so bad on people, and the people that they've been brainwashing for decades are so dumb to accept this system of even worse tyranny that they're under, you know, than right now.
Okay, hold on. Let me throw something out there. So we were talking about the stock market and everything. It's looking like nothing, like we're bouncing back, and all these articles from all over the Commonwealth. I don't know if you tuned into the beginning. All over the place saying basically New Zealand is this, businesses are picking up again, layoffs are cutting back, things are coming back. They're acting like the war is over and Hitler's dead and everyone's down Fifth Avenue partying. Like,
it's just more propaganda. It's more propaganda for the people that are so deep in the system that think they're rich on paper and computer digits. It's just to keep them hooked in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't want them getting off the plantation, Mike.
Well, Metal Gear Mark III said people give things value. Just like Tyler Durden said in the movie, let me put my Fight Club glasses on.
Exactly. It's just like it's like a barter economy, okay?
The things own you, the things you own end up owning you.
That's correct. That's a very true statement. But they'll never be able to fully get rid of a barter system or even a sound money system as long as gold, silver, precious metals. All they're doing is building up a black market, which is more of a free market now at this point than anything that these technocrats can come up with.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that smart, Mike. You know, it's just that people have to realize their own personal freedom and power and independence and start fighting back.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pick a weapon to fight back, Mike. There's a million ways to do it. You need to attack the root of the problem, and the root of the problem for a very long time has been the central banks and their central bank tentacles being able to print trillions upon trillions of funny money into existence out of nothing. You know, even Jerome Powell even said it, man, in his own interview. It's hilarious. He's like, they were like, well, where do you get the power to print this money? Where does this money come from? Oh, we just print it on a computer screen. He admitted it in that 60-minute interview. That's why I'm laughing so hard at all these people trying to make up all these different systems when you boil it all back down, it comes back down to the same exact thing. You know, and I've said that time and time again on your show, man. It's all about
you've been
monetary.
saying it like a broken record.
I know, and I know people get tired of hearing it, but it's the truth. So the answer lies within that. Become your own central bank. Stack your own physical, precious metals. Stack your food and water. Start growing your own. Start from the base, And that's the way you got to defeat these gangsters. You have to defeat them with their own system. You have to become your own, you have to become them basically to defeat them.
That's right.
Isn't
that from a movie?
That's from The Art of War. Actually, if you ever read that, it's a military tactic.
Yeah, I've read that. I've read that book. I've read it. It's not a long book. It's like 80 pages long. I read it.
Oh, that's the law. That's by Frederick Bastiat. He describes what the real law is. And it's 80 pages long. But The Art of War is
I've read that one. That's the one from China. I read that one.
But that, I mean, a lot of his tactics have been used by all kinds of forces in war.
Well, they had
and
to.
It's a
psychological thing.
Yes, people are so brain blocked by the crap that they get fed through the mainstream media, the propaganda, that they end up believing the lies, man. And that's how they do it subliminally.
All right. I'm going to get Spiffy on the phone. She said to call back.
All right. Sounds good.
Let's get her. She's got a story or something she wants to ask us and get our opinion on.
Oh, I only got one Patreon supporter right now. So I think, I don't know if you.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. They axed my Patreon account.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they axed my Patreon account because they said that they got complaints about a video I put up about the Australian housing market.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out if Patreon and YouTube are in bed together.
They are.
You think they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the same video I did about the Australian housing market, I did it 3 years ago. That video gave me a strike on my channel.
Well, I mean, YouTube's a joke, man. They're censoring everybody. All these great creators on there, they've blown it. I mean, it's going to be a dead thing no matter what. It doesn't matter what you're posting on there at some point. That Josh Sigurdson on WAM, they've been demonetizing that poor guy forever. It's sad. It's sad, and they, because they know people are onto them. People under their stupid games.
Yeah, we're gonna be soon enough. We'll be 2 steps ahead of the snuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right. We'll be talking to coconuts.
2 steps ahead of the muff. I think that's how the saying goes from the 1930s.
Right. The key is to be 10 steps ahead of your enemy at all times. If not 20.
That's good words of advice. Okay,
Thank you,
Lord.
brother.
Don't forget to subscribe to his channel, people. Lord Humongous. Money is gold. Gold is money. I'm gonna put a link right now to the video you put up today, and get people to. I think I was the second one to comment on that video.
Mike, if you can go to my Patreon page and click a link on it and put it in the live chat somehow, but you need to go to the right page because I think people are subscribing. I just got one from Solid. He was subscribed and he thought I was demonetizing it or something.
Oh,
I'm just getting it started, man.
So get it rolling, get your channel rolling, and what I'm gonna do is, oh no, you know what? I think there's gonna be a like not too long from now. I think when you reach 200 subscribers, it's gonna let you create a join section so people could join your page, and then we could donate through there too.
Cool, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, but you have PayPal now, right?
No, I don't use PayPal, man. I got rid of Facebook, PayPal, all that garbage.
Okay.
I don't use any of it. It's just all the same stuff. I only use one direct source now. So that's part of the key. I'm fighting back the system because they keep us divided with all these different systems and platforms too. That's part of their game. They don't let you be free on one platform or another.
Yeah, that's dangerous though. If we're free,
that's what us freedom fighters are fighting for people. We're trying to wake up people at the same time.
Yeah,
it's hard,
we're almost
man.
like Antifa. I'm just joking.
Nah, we're better than Antifa.
Oh, of
man.
course, we're way better. At least Antifa has no plan. They have no end game. They don't even know what the hell these people want. Anyways, okay,
stupid.
I'll let
all
you
right,
go.
brother.
Everyone, subscribe to Lord Humongous, and we'll talk soon. Okay, bud?
All right, brother.
Bye.
Right.
That is Lord Humongous. Don't forget to subscribe to him. Hit him up on Patreon. I gotta find another way that I could send him some cash. I don't know how. I've been his Patreon supporter for a while. I just have to.
Hey, Mike.
Yo, BB, what's up?
Let me just check my audio.
You sound perfect.
I have it turned down. Hang on. I don't know why it's not.
I could hear you perfectly.
I'm so sorry. My audio has changed. It doesn't want to play. It's on my headset. Okay, call me back 1 second. I'll pick up on my phone.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
So that is BB. 1 second. No, this is not the astrologist.
Oh.
All right, BB.
Sorry about that. I figured
So,
I'd
BB,
try
you have
on
a
my phone or on my my headset on my computer, but it wasn't working. So, okay, here we
so
go.
tell us a little bit of background. You were on the show before. You own a salon in downtown Vancouver?
No, I'm just a lonely little lash technician. I kind of work for myself. I'm looking to maybe move into a salon once all this is over.
Yeah. Okay.
But for the time being, I'm at home kind of holding off.
Yes. Yes.
So at this point, there was actually like a trip that my boyfriend and I had planned to go on coming up in July. And it's for his best friend's birthday. Okay. So obviously, like, things have kind of changed and everything like that. And when it comes to like traveling and traveling restrictions and everything like that, it's kind of like confusing to sort out what is okay, what is not okay, what is just recommended, and like what is being a sheep in this whole journey through all of this. So I was just kind of wondering what people thought about traveling when it comes to like traveling in July. This is for like a party boat kind of thing. So
so you're renting a party boat. Was it in downtown Vancouver or something?
No, it's gonna be like in a lake out in BC, kind of in the interior.
Oh, so you're going into the interior. You're not going to be going through. So you're driving there, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're driving there. You'll be fine. You should be okay. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I don't know. People in the comments could weigh in. You guys are renting like one of those like day party boat things, and you know.
It's a 3-day excursion. There's 8 people coming from Alberta, and we're all supposed to stay in it, the same as like a cabin. Like one dwelling and everything.
Oh.
So this is where I'm kind of, where is it, you know, it's so hard to kind of figure this all out.
Are they allowing you to reschedule this?
So that's the thing. We've asked for, because it's supposed to be a surprise birthday party, and we've asked for the wife to contact the company that owns the boathouse to maybe ask if we can, due to obviously COVID and them crossing borders and everything like that, to get a refund. But she doesn't even want to call at this point. But besides kind of that, they kind of said also on their website that they were dealing with it case by case. So as my boyfriend being the best friend, he's kind of like trying to play the part of the other mind that isn't just, let's have a fun weekend, forget everything that's going on, yada, yada, yada. Does that make sense? Because that group that's coming, a lot of them totally don't believe any of this is happening. There's no sickness kind of thing. And I mean, however someone might feel about it, the way like my boyfriend and I are looking at it, like, it's about the law being the law. And where is the line for all of that?
Well, it is in July, though.
Yes.
So we will know if there is a second wave breaking out in China, which they said they announced yesterday or the day before, that there is a second wave that they say is breaking out in China, which they're saying, and I heavily state that in quotations, then I would strongly recommend to follow it. You follow it day by day until July, and then you make your decision then. Because we have the whole month of June, and if things start opening up and more people and travel and planes and flying and everything starts to open up, July hits. If it gets better and more things open up and everything goes back to normal by August, and you're back to work and everything is feeling normal, then go ahead and take the trip, right? Because it's way down in July. But if you're going tomorrow or next week, I would say to be very cautious.
Yeah.
But because it's in July, I wouldn't worry too much right now and just kind of see what's happening.
And then would you maybe know which indicators we should be watching for in terms of like crossing borders? Because I believe that every website, every travel advisory point that I see on the Government of BC websites and the Alberta website, it all kind of dwindles down to saying avoid non-essential travel over the BC-Alberta border. So it's kind of...
Yeah, but here's the deal. I don't think you'll be harassed with that, especially in July if things start to calm down. If things calm down dramatically. So
do you think across the Banff or the Jasper border,
you'll be fine? You'll be fine.
There's nothing like weird.
You'll be there, and you'll be seeing other families, other cars, other RVs, other people doing their thing, and it'll be like it's normal. Believe me. If things by July, I think you will know by July.
Yeah, whether or not second wave will be hitting us, kind of.
Well, you got to do it like this. If you put your hands in the air like I do and just do this like quotations thing with your fingers, second wave.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. It's just for my own personal business, I'm just holding off in case, because I'm just one of those people like, well, if we don't know, it doesn't hurt to hold off if we can, you know?
Right.
So, and just not to say that I don't agree with so many points on the show and everything, but I'm one of those people where it's, you know what, the more people that kind of fight it, it might make it harder in the end, but also making sure that people are aware.
True. Yeah.
So,
it's like a tug of war, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
So,
okay.
No, thank you guys for all weighing in and everything like that.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying don't go. Some people are saying go. But if it's in July, day by day, wait till next week, see how many cases. I read the other day in some newspaper that there was zero ICU cases or 0 deaths in BC, and like 3 people in ICU right now. That's what I read on the Toronto Star. So, like no deaths or whatever. So I don't know.
It's not so much even the virus that like we're worried about. It's like the laws in terms around it. Like how strict are they being in terms of all that? Because I've seen some van lifer channels that are saying that they've been told to, hey, you have to go up out of the town area to be able to sleep overnight and everything like that. So that was another thing I was wondering.
Yeah, you're gonna have to day by day it, and I think by July, I think things will be a lot. If there's no second wave and if there's nothing, wait till July, and you'll know by 1st of July. Is the party 1st of July for Canada Day, or is it later in the month?
It's like the second weekend that's
you'll be fine.
July.
Second weekend, you'll be fine. First week of July, start watching headlines, start thinking, and if things start to look like they're okay, then go ahead and have fun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks so much for weighing in. It kind of helps give other views and stuff, because obviously talking to people is very back and forth, and it's good to weigh in with so many opinions.
All right, BB, you stay strong, okay? You keep us in the loop,
stay safe. Oh, definitely, I guess. Okay. I'll let you know how fun or not fun the trip ends up or doesn't end up.
All right. Hopefully you go, you have fun, and everything's okay. You know why? Because that means everything's okay in the future.
Exactly. Right?
Yep.
Agreed. Well, have a good night. You have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That is BB. It wants me to rate the app here on Skype in Vancouver. All right, let's get the Lost Canuck real quick on here. He wants to say something. Oh my God, there's so many people here on the Sidelines. Let's see if the Lost Canuck wants to come on. I don't know if he's still watching. See if he picks up. Oh, the person you are trying to reach is away from his Skype. His Skype is on, though. Oh, it looks like David Zhu tried to call me. Let's see if he's watching the show. Come on, David. Come on, pick up. So we got Van City Van Life. Check out his channel. Yeah, the law is going to be made aware of it. Okay, no answer there. And I want to talk to David. It's been a while. David Zhu. Hope he's doing okay. Let's see if we could get Evans, the market guy. Looks like he's offline. It's late there out east, right? So people are kind of turning in. It's pretty late. Mike in the Night is Mike in the Night, man. You're tuned in to Mike in the Night. Let me do a quick channel plug here, if that's okay with you guys. Been talking for hours. Okay, here we go. We got Lord Humongous' channel, guys. Don't forget to support his channel. There it is, Lord Humongous. Guys, don't forget to get on the channel. Oops. Article scan, please. Guys, don't forget to get on the channel and set your reminders to the videos here. Here it is. We're live now. Wow, we have over 200 people watching. Wow, holy crap. Thank you. So here it is, guys. Set your reminders here for upcoming shows. Economy, is it going to bounce back? Don't forget to buy something on Teespring. And if you want to send me a link on Facebook, go ahead and send me some show tips. And don't forget to send me any show tips here on Instagram. I'm not really active on Instagram, but I do get messages on there. And don't forget to check out wildgamesports.com. It's a company I'm working with to get the whole hunting thing application that we got going on. And lots of cool stuff here to check out, wildgamesports.com. Let me throw a link in there for you guys there too, if you guys want to check it out. If you're watching this on replay, pause the video and go and check it out. Mike in the Night. Okay, so we tried calling Mario, no answer. We tried giving David a call, no answer. I'm surprised he's not watching the show. He's probably tired. It's probably late there. Oh, here we go. We got the Lost Canuck calling back. Mario.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, buddy?
All right, man. Can't sleep, so I said I'm going to get bored and watch your show.
Get bored and watch my show.
How's things, man?
Oh, it's been good. All right, you tried calling us. Sorry, I had some people on schedule. I promised them a little spot here tonight.
No, Mike. That's. I'm not mad at that at all. It was a great show. Listening to Eduardo.
Yep.
I like to give him my email because I like to keep in touch with him.
Oh, you got to go with him to Ottawa, man.
Hey.
You got to go to that protest in Ottawa.
Yeah. I think I am.
What is it? 3-hour drive from you?
Told my wife we gotta go.
Well, how far is Ottawa?
In a lot of trouble. Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How far is Ottawa? 3 hours?
No, from Barrie you're looking at about 5.5, 6 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a lot closer than that.
No. It's about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. And listening to Lord, what's his name? Lord yeah. Guy's very knowledgeable, man. I'm on the same page.
Oh yeah, he's very. That's why he's on the show almost every week.
Yeah, he's right on the ball. I think, Mike. Now the question you're asking everybody is: there going to be a reset? What's going to happen? And you know my intake on that. And actually, somebody called in your show and said the Jubilee is not another 10 years away. It's happening now, people. It's happening now. In the States, you're going to see it's happening now. Now, understand, Mike, is the actual Treasury of the U.S. is now under their you can say they capped the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has no power right now. It's under the U.S. Treasury right now.
Right.
So all the people that are working on the IRS are going to be working under the Treasury once he signs the next executive order.
Mm-hmm.
So what's happening right now, Mike, the states are going to, endorse all this printing money, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
now,
buying the ETFs and stuff.
That's right. So now the Federal Reserve is a prisoner to the U.S. So now they're giving them all this money to bow. The same money they're giving to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So Canada's not getting from taxpayers' money. This is coming from the states. This is a movement.
Mm-hmm.
So what's happening is, number one, this is my opinion. These are not facts. These are not proven facts. This is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. JT is under house arrest.
Remember, okay, earlier in the show, I talked about JT, okay? I don't know if you watched that video where he spun the narrative. This guy is, I think for what he did today was the smartest thing he's ever did in his entire cabinet in Canada. Everything else I don't agree with, but what he did today was brilliant. He went against the communist Chinese and says, I don't agree with what you're doing to Hong Kong and all these laws you're doing and all this crap. Do you know why? Because China, it's next to impossible for mainland China to get any money out of there to buy housing here anymore. But in Hong Kong, they're still free to do that.
Yeah, you did a video a couple of years ago, or a year ago, about China blocking their money.
Yeah, but now what's happened? Hong Kong is open, but because Trudeau is saying there's 300,000 Canadian citizens, there's about 800,000 Canadian citizens actually, or with citizenship or PR, living in Hong Kong. He flipped the script, went against the communist Chinese, which he shouldn't have done, right? He flipped the script, and guess what happened? He tried to massage the Hong Kongers into, oh, look, Canada's looking out for us. Oh, look, Canada believes in... You know why? Because they want to get more capital flow out of Hong Kong into Canadian housing. That's what I think he did today. That's why he made that speech. That's why he flipped the script against the Chinese communists and basically went against them and told everybody that Hong Kong, you shouldn't be doing that. So then the Hong Kongers, because I know Australia, New Zealand, and Canada will be competing for Hong Kong money from those people, the immigrants. So they're going to try, and Canada's going to fight to get more, right? If there's 300,000, Trudeau said today in a speech, close to 300,000 to 800,000 Canadians living in Hong Kong. This could keep our housing market going for a lot longer if they could get this money in.
Yes, I agree on that, Mike. The other thing I also want to talk about is, did you see my last video that I did on the hidden codes of numbers in government and media?
Yes. That was yesterday.
You saw the one
before.
I did one last night. I did the one that
I didn't see last night's one.
With the one with the Nova Scotia, all the women in the military and police were killed, apparently all from Nova Scotia. The child missing in Nova Scotia, and why Nova Scotia was picked. So just give it a brief.
I will. Yeah, I will look at it later for sure, man.
Yeah, because if you look at Nova Scotia to Greece, because Greece was the actual accident that the military went down and they only found the one body of that woman in the military, and the other 5 are missing.
Really?
Okay. So if you take the kilometers from Nova Scotia to Greece, where this accident appeared, and you take the kilometers, is 6,800 and whatever. You guys got to watch the video, so I explain it. You turn that into letters. So example, 6 represents F. So you take those 3, you Google those 3 letters. You Google it. You look down the 6th item, and it says right there, Communist Party.
Wow. So you're becoming a numerologist now.
I've always been. I've always been very. I used to work. You know where I worked before, and I used to pick up numbers and pick up messages that were very specific to certain people. And I think that message there was from the Canadian government, which is Trudeau, to the Chinese communist. What you're talking about right now.
Yeah, because I'm very surprised that he flipped the script like that and went against the Chinese that hard. But now, give it a day or two, the Australian government is going to come out and make the same speech and be on Hong Kong's side. Because this money binging that these countries have been in, This money binging, they've been binging off this money, and if it gets completely cut off, Canada's housing market will see a massive, and in Australia, will see massive corrections, and we'll see a bounce back in the economy in about a year or two, if that money stops coming in.
Yeah, if the money stops. But it will stop, and I'm going to explain to you why. First of all, you have the CEO in the stock exchange in Hong Kong resigned.
Okay.
I don't know if you know that.
That was on Thursday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's resigned. He's under investigation by the DOJ. Okay. So there's a lot of things happening a lot of people are not aware of. See, Mike, the thing is, I understand everybody has an opinion, but sometimes people go to a negativity that's no needed for. Like when Lord Humongous was talking about, people are investing into Bitcoin and all that. I don't believe in Bitcoin.
No, he doesn't believe in Bitcoin. Lord Humongous hates Bitcoin with a passion.
Yeah, I agree on that, Mike, because if you take us as 5% of the people that question everything that happens, out of that 5%, they're going to grab 3 that believe in the Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is just it's like a fragment of a problem. So they're going to try to grab whoever they can for the people that think outside the box, that can grab whoever they can grab. But if you take history, the foundation of history, what did they trade with? Gold, silver, and precious metals. They'll never be exist. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm just saying those are the ones you have to concentrate on. Nothing else. And what he said the most that me and you always said, food and water, clean water. These are essentials. These are not
basic needs to live.
That's right. And you do it. I do it. I grow my own vegetables. Last year I didn't have a good one, but usually we do it. Me and my wife, we get it ready, but we don't have a big one. And here in Canada, you're lucky if you get 3 months. But like I said, Mike, I want people to watch the video, not to just watch my video, but understand how I picked up the numbers and understand there was a little boy on May 7th in Nova Scotia that went missing. Okay, 3-year-old boy, people, 3-year-old boy, our Aboriginal boy.
Let me go right now to your channel here. Let me see if I'm still subscribed to it. I keep losing subscribers, like people I'm subscribed to, they just disappear.
I lost you twice in 1 week. Last week I lost you twice. Twice.
People keep telling me they keep losing me. Even I think it's Guns N' Roses in the chat told me the other day when I started my show, Trends in the Housing Market, that he's been unsubscribed to my channel.
Yeah, and I have my buddy Christian out in Nova Scotia that happened to that accident. Apparently, he sent me a message today that Trudeau doesn't want to investigate no more about the shooter.
Well,
or he doesn't want to reveal it. I don't even know. I didn't even want to get into it because I get upset every time I hear this.
You're not even in my subscription list.
That's okay. But
no,
it's a video.
No, it's not okay. I'm gonna. That's bull. All right, let's find you here. All right, there you are here with me. There you are here with me. I'm just saying, like, videos with me and you together, actually, like, together, like, in real life, not on the phone.
And even when you go down, and I told you those letters represent the Chinese Communist Party, whatever you want to call it, and guess what the dates were? April 1957. So the dates are there.
You know, I put up a post, I put up a comment on a Max Kaiser show, and I've been getting a ton of comments on it. Like, people commenting on my comment. Saying, yo, Mike, I subscribed to your channel, man. That's weird. Anyways, okay, let me find... I can't find your... Okay, let me go to filter channel.
I went up... When I did that video on Nassara and Trump, I went from 24 subscribers, Mike, to 72 in one night.
Dude, you're not coming up.
They're probably taking me off. Who knows?
Is it the 13th Disciple now?
No, the Lost Canuck.
Yeah, that's what I have.
I'll send it to you. I'll put it back on your channel.
I have you here. Like, I have you talking. Is it the old channel still?
Yeah, I got it back running.
You're not even coming up. It's not even coming up as a channel or anything.
But anyway, that's why I wanted to get on the show. And hearing Lord, he just jumped. Like I said, finally somebody. And Eduardo's the same way. I love the guy. But there's a couple things we got to correct. When Bob Ray got in power in 1990, he changed a lot of things, not just the housing. It wasn't the builders he went after. So he's got to understand the fundamentals. 1990, when he came in, you remember everybody was flipping? You buy a new house. Yeah. It's not built yet. Somebody comes and goes, Mike, I'm going to give you an extra 20 grand. And that was happening. Everybody was involved in that. Even my dad was involved with that.
Mm-hmm.
So he took that out. You can no longer flip houses. Okay? That was number one. Number two, Bob Ray also put in the tax on used vehicles. So if you bought a used car, you cannot get a receipt of how much you paid $1 anymore. They have a black book. So you pay taxes on it. He crashed our economy in Ontario. Just crashed it.
And I heard they passed a law if you sell more than 2 cars a year, you have to get a dealership license.
Yeah, who knows?
Because people were fixing cars, they were buying cars, fixing them at home and making money and selling them, right? And then he stopped that because people were fixing too many cars at home on the side. So there's no way we can't have that happen, right?
That's right. That's right. But it's I don't know what to tell you. I hope July 1st there's 1 million people. I'm going to pray every night there's 1 million people. Mm-hmm. I really do. Because I know Eduardo sees it. I see it. This is not the way we have to live. This is not the way. And like you said, I'm scared that if he does do a big deal, but I think that one in Hong Kong is just escalated to a different level. I think he's getting desperate.
But why? Because this is pretty bad. Because he's been on this narrative since day one. He's been in office in his administration, and I've been against 99.99999% of the things he's discussed. Or I'm not a fan of what he's doing at all. But the one thing he did was he flipped the script and went against the communist Chinese and say, you can't be doing that to Hong Kong. Oh my God, what are you doing? They own half our country, and then now you want to flip the script to get more Hong Kong money into Canada. What are you doing?
Let me ask you the next question, Mike. This is going to be an interesting one for you.
Go.
What happens if JT is under the DOJ right now? Meaning he's been investigating and he has the bracelet on. Okay, that's number one.
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay,
it would not surprise me one bit.
If that's in the case, what would happen if he loses? The executive order is written in December 21st, 1970. It can mean any country. Doesn't have to be the United States. Mm-hmm. The U.S. Treasury can be owning Canada. Depending on what's happening with this. You guys don't see the big picture. This is huge. So there's decoding messages going out. I'm going to put a lot of videos out there on it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to put them out as fast as I can. There's going to be a lot of them going out. Why is John Tory, the mayor of Toronto, going on the news and talking that they're going broke? They're going to be firing policemen, ambulance services.
I know they're firing all the public service because they're going completely broke unless cities could find ways to create some sort of internal derivative treasuries or something they could create to create fake money.
Yeah, but the problem is, Mike, in 2018 we had an uproar. He sent out 108 million to refugees to live in hotels and dorms.
Yeah, that's right, and hotels are broke now.
Okay, those hotels were disgusting.
Minga Jack.
They were treated like garbage. He actually had Trudeau had to set up a federal funding in one of those rooms where they go in and they collect a check and they go cash it so they can live. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying people could starve. Understand that. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is you come to this country, you got to make sure that we all are taken care of, especially our seniors, our vets.
Veterans, yeah.
You know, you take care of that, I got no problem. But we're not taking care of that.
We're sidelining them. We're cutting back pensions. We're devaluing our currency. Everything's kept becoming more expensive. Wages are catching up to inflation. We're screwed.
Yeah.
I'd rather be bagging groceries in 1984 at no frills and paying 8% on my mortgage and making $2.50 an hour and live a very happy life and go home and watch MacGyver and A-Team and live a happy life. You know what I'm saying? Then be in the situation right now where a lot of people are in right now are in a really precarious situation, buddy.
Yeah, even Knight Rider. You look like Knight Rider, man.
Yeah, Michael Nutch. Knight Rider, and then there's MacGyver, Mission Impossible, all kinds of good stuff back in the 80s. And that's when the time was good, man. That's when times were, people actually lived to live, and they went to cottages, they had their weekends, they had their times with their families. Family was closer back in the day. Do you remember that?
Oh, buddy, every Sunday I miss my mother, God rest her soul. Every Sunday I'd be sitting in get up in the morning, go downstairs, and she'd be making the sauce, stuff the bread in there, had all family come over. We never had the issue where, yeah, we had to work a little hard, yes, but everybody was, cars are paid off, a little bit of a mortgage, complaining about $150,000 mortgage.
Right.
That's what they were complaining about.
Yeah.
But now we turn around, we can buy $1 million house with $100,000 down, pay $5,000 a month, and we end up paying $2 million for that house. Now,
when it's all said and done,
it's not. It's not. But like I said, Mike, that video there, don't be surprised if they come after me. And I apparently commit suicide with 2 bullets in the back of my head because that indication of coding that message was unbelievable how I did it.
I can't find your channel.
I will send it over.
Put it on the comments here, on the live comments, or send it to me on Skype if you don't mind when you're off.
Yeah, just look Lost Canuck on YouTube.
I did.
It should come up.
I looked it up 3 different ways. It's not giving me your channel. It's giving me all weird stuff. People pouring gravy down their pants.
Oh, well, that I don't do. That I don't do.
That's where YouTube's gonna head. I think we're gonna all find a new platform over time. I think we have enough jive or enough speaking power that over the years. I believe that we've created enough fluster that if we were to go to a new platform, it wouldn't be that bad. I think a lot of people would follow us.
Yes, and you'll get the people that are more interested. 10% of them are just following a trend. That's all they're doing. They think it's it's the next thing. But the thing is, Mike, did you hear about the Italian government that want to see Bill Gates arrested?
Yes. And somebody asked me in the comments, I think it was Serenity Now, asked me, how do I feel about Bill Gates? You know what? I want nothing. I just wish that guy, like I said earlier to the other caller, Eduardo, I said, I just wish he sold his company like 10, 20 years ago, find a nice secluded place in Costa Rica, and just enjoy the rest of his life with his wealth and just live in abundance if he wants, but just like stop being so, it's scary. I just don't want to be in the same, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I want everybody to understand it. And I know you support him, and I support him 100%.
Who?
I want you guys to understand one thing.
What?
Why are all the executives from 2018 at record highs are resigning? That question nobody can answer. And I'll tell you why. It's because they're involved with human trafficking. So if they're caught and they're prosecuted, they will lose their company.
Yes. Hold on. Let me ask something.
Why they're resigning.
You said earlier we support him 100%. Who do we support?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. I thought you said for Bill Gates. I'm like, what? No, I don't support that guy. I don't want to be in the same room with that guy. Rand Ross, hold on.
His identity, Mike, is false.
Yeah,
I just
wish that guy disappeared 20 years ago.
Is false.
Yeah, well, enjoy his life in abundance and you just enjoy, but no, it just, he kept pushing that narrative. Rand Ross just sent me $20 on Super Chat. How is they have not cut the police budgets yet, but they cut everything else? The police is the last budget they want to cut or scale back on.
Especially now. You imagine people if they cut the police budget with July 1st coming.
Well, yeah, of course, with the 1st of July, Canada Day. It reminds me, remember RoboCop when the police went on strike?
Yeah.
The movie RoboCop? Yeah, the police went on strike and they started cutting back on budgets and pensions. And, I told people on one of the Morning Coffee with Mike videos that I did where I was talking and I said, you got to watch RoboCop 1, 2, and 3 from the early 80s because they have these little commercials with news. And they're talking about what's happening today. People can't afford to live in their homes. People are getting rezoned. People are this. It's exactly what's happening today.
Yeah, it is. And
it's scary.
I'm going to go back
How
to my videos so everybody could start paying attention. Because remember, everybody's probably in the comment section asking, why Nova Scotia? Why this? Why that? They understand, ladies and gentlemen, they pick a certain location. A location that's going to be vibrant, a location that's going to be innocent, number 2, and a location that they can represent a country that everybody well-known is known from that country. Mm-hmm. So Nova Scotia is near the water. It's the closest to get to Europe, okay? And if you take its kilometers, it almost matches the 666 symbol. because it's 6,500 and whatever it is. I can't even remember the number. So the thing is, why 3 deaths? Because I had Christian from Nova Scotia say, why the 3 women? First of all, they're all women that died. That's a coincidence. Okay, all women. They found 1 out of the 6 of certain body parts or DNA that's from that woman. They had a police RCMP that was killed, and apparently there was more shooters, but we're not going to get into that. And number 3 is the plane crash. And if you watch the video of that plane crash, I'm not a pilot, but she did exit out. And it seemed to me, I guess it wasn't, I don't know what happened there. So we're going to take the symbol of spirituality now, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Ghost.
And that's why there's 3.
Yeah.
So you got to understand 3 represents a big, it's big spiritual realm. And I want people to understand that's why there is 3. Then on May 7th, you had a 3-year-old boy. So I want people to understand what they're trying to do.
We'll watch
so
the video. We'll watch the video. So, okay, let me ask you, economy bouncing back. Could they print enough money to bounce it back? How long? Maybe Eduardo said they could print enough money to go for maybe 2 more years.
No. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. They have to keep this economy shut down. That's where they're gonna try to force it, because they're trying to push an agenda. It's not about printing money, Mike. It's about establishing their power of level of control. Right now, the global control is gone. It's gone. The Federal Reserve's gone, people. Understand that. They have no power right now. Number 1, he died a couple years ago. They're all fighting for who owns what, because they don't even know how much money's enough. And I think one of your guys said it already. And number 2 is that you have the U.S. Treasury owning the rights to the Federal Reserve. That's the way it should have been 100 years ago. Not take 100 years of corruption and printing money. Printing money is not a fix. It's not a short fix. It's not a long fix. They're not worried about printing money, Mike. They can do that anytime. They can do that tonight, tomorrow morning, and they can start boosting up the economy again. The problem is, Mike, they don't have control and power right now. That's why do you don't see JT leaving his house? He's the only guy that's not leaving his house or wherever he's staying at. Have you seen his wife and kids lately?
I don't even know what's happening with JT. I really don't follow him.
So,
and I don't even follow Canadian Parliament, to be honest with you. I just watched the election to see if they talk about homelessness, opioids, fentanyl, housing affordability. All they talked about during the election was global warming and pipeline.
Yeah, and by the way, global warming has gone down because nobody's working right now. Less pollution's going on, but Tim Hortons and McDonald's have pollution. It's unbelievable. It's an interesting time, though, Mike. You have to admit, it's a very interesting time to understand the grasp of all this coming in. And to all the guys that are watching your channel, keep it up, guys, because this is the only place you're going to be able to speak. And until we are actually silent, then that's going to be a problem, because a lot of us will go crazy, including myself. Including myself. But like I said, Mike, there's a lot of hidden messages. I'm going to send you a bunch of stuff. I'm working on another one now. Who knows what's going to happen to me? I'm not afraid anymore. God's with me, because there's a lot of things that are said secretly with numerology.
Yeah,
and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah. We'll actually check. Okay, you're gonna have to. Okay, when we get off Skype, go ahead and Skype it to me, or put it in the YouTube chat. So then at least I could open it for you, like just to show people what it looks like, and then I could leave a link, because I can't. And I had somebody else. I think it was Cody Z. What do you say? Cody Z just came back in the comments saying he can't find your channel either.
Okay, so what I'll do is when I get off tonight, right now, we're gonna leave right now, is I'm gonna send it everything there, and then you could see it yourself. It just like Mike, you didn't even know this, and I told you this a couple years ago when BC tried to pass a law that people can have sex with their animals. That went through your BC court. You can look it up, Google it.
I believe you. I believe they would pass a law. I know they would. I believe it. I believe they would pass a law like this. I know they would. It'd be racist if they didn't pass a law like this.
No, it's unbelievable, and that's why I support him, and I'll always will, because I know when he put that in an executive order, I gave him all the respect in the world. If you look at the amount of human trafficking he's caught over any administration, he's tripled, quadrupled it. There's underground work going on as we speak. Do you think this coronavirus is done on purpose for him to raid these places?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't tell you. But I can tell you guys, this is all good for humanity. It's all good as long as we clean the corruptness.
Right.
And it's not just about money, it's about kids, children, at the end of the day. Anyway, Mike, have a great night, and the listeners have a great night, and God bless you.
God
I
bless
will
you.
send you the link.
Ciao, bello.
Ciao, Bello. Ciao, buddy.
That is my man, the Lost Canuck. He's going to send us his link here on Skype to his channel. I can't find his channel. Even Cody Z just got back to us right now and said he can't find it on all search results. So hopefully he'll get back to us right now. I gotta set the Lost. I don't know why, but the Lost Canuck is not set to a favorite. I don't know why. I think he changed his Skype. That's why. I think it's a new Skype. That's why. Okay. So, what do we got going on? Let me see who we got here in the comments. All right, guys, back to you guys in the comments. Mike Banks saying it's part of civilization. We got Aquarius saying M. Howden, he's doing a video 3 times a week and in-house parliament 1 a week. You can watch his meeting in the CPAC Canada. Then we got Metal Gear Mark III saying COVID was just a distraction created by China to help Trump. The Lost Canuck says the Lost Canuck. The Lost... Yeah, we looked this up. Let me... Okay, let me see. Usually when I go to somebody's channel, it allow... Look, I go to his channel, and I try... It won't even let me... You know what, guys? He's in the chat, and it won't let me open his channel. It won't let me open his channel. It's not giving me the... No, Serenity now, don't say that. Bill Gates, President 2020, do not even joke about that, because I'll have a heart attack. Serenity now is just joking. He is just joking. He does not mean it. Bill Gates for President 2020. Do not joke about that. Please. Lord Humongous just said something that I cannot repeat on the channel, because it'll probably shut me down. But everyone's all kind. Everybody's so... Oh, here we go. Cody Z is saying YouTube channel. Let's see if it opens here. It's not letting me open his channel. Here it is. Here it is. There you go. 72 subscribers. Okay, man. I need everyone to subscribe to this channel. Let's get him over 100 subscribers tonight. He's got 72 subscribers. Mitch Madden is saying, most everyone in here tonight, good callers, good commenters, as usual. Yeah. We're not a big channel, and this channel isn't going anywhere in a hurry, which I like, because there's no spotlight. Let's just say I'm one of those guys that go to Colombia in the small Cessnas, don't need to bring back a lot of stuff, enough stuff, below the radar, keep it simple, keep it going slow. No worries, you know what I'm saying? That's what this channel is kind of about, you know what I'm saying?
President Trump.
And hopefully, we could keep going for a couple of more years, if God permits and gives me life, to talk and discuss with you guys current events. Oh no, Metal Gear Mark III. Stop putting this in the comments, because I'm going to have an aneurysm. Hillary 2020. Oh my God, let's pull up a meme on that now. Now you guys got me going. Don't make me pull up that Thai guy. Hi, I got a Lamborghini in my garage, and I got 13 Lamborghinis. Man, my camera's acting weird tonight. 13 Lamborghinis in the Hollywood Hills. Yeah, 13 Lamborghinis. And I got these Lamborghinis. Let's look up some Hillary 2020 as a joke here. Hillary 2020. Let's get some images. Oh, there's actually some stuff here. Look at this, guys. There's actually some 2020 stuff printed out here. Guys, don't scare me, please. There was a meme. Oh, they took down the memes? They had these ones with skeletons running and like she's so old, right? They took it down. Okay, let's see if it's... Okay, here's some of them. Okay, this is the one I'm talking about right there. There she is. Hillary 2020. Yeah, this is some funny stuff here. You gotta admit it's kind of funny. There she is, getting helped on the... There she is right there. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to poke at Hill Dog here. I just try to keep these people as avoidable as possible, humanly possible. Avoid these people as humanly possible. Trust me.
President Trump.
All right, let's get back to... We got to throw in some BitConnect, maybe some Ty Lopez in here. So there's the Lost Canuck there. Lamborghini Pride. I love this man.
Here in my garage, just bought the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like?
I just bought Hollywood Hills.
More than the Hollywood Hills. This new Lamborghini here. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 Lamborghini shells.
I love this guy. I wonder if he's doing anything anymore. What channel is this? I don't even know this channel. I want a Lamborghini mentor. Woo, 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 woo.
I had to get installed to hold 2,000 new Lamborghinis that I bought. It's like the billionaire me says, the more Lamborghinis you buy, the more you learn. Now, maybe you've seen my TEDx talk where I talk about how I drive a Lamborghini a day.
I'm sorry, guys. I just gotta spice things up a bit. I think you saw my TEDx talk where I'm talking about I drove a Lamborghini. Hold on.
Talk about how I drive a Lamborghini a day.
Yeah. Michael Lewand is asking, what is this crap? It's this guy that came on YouTube for like years talking about how to make money and get and and how he's got a Lamborghini and he reads 3 books a day. And at first I was intrigued by this guy, and then after he started doing this Lamborghini stuff,
I drive a Lamborghini to show off. It's again about the money. In fact, the real reason I keep this Lamborghini here is that it's a reminder that $47 billion are still in my bank account because it was.
Anyways, sorry for picking on roasting him for a bit there. I'm sorry about that. I just had to go in there. I just had to. Usually when I want to make myself, usually when I get someone saying, Mike, you're gonna get flagged. No, it's a Prodigy video and it's all cut up. It doesn't. I've put this guy on the channel so many times that YouTube algorithm can't even catch it because there's so many times. Yeah, I hate this guy. Anyways, okay, I had to get some. We got to do like a mid-show laugh out loud bit because we get too serious and we got to, or we put that BitConnect guy on. BitConnect! He made $7,000 with BitConnect! All right, someone's saying Mike is real. John says he really drives a Hyundai Pony? They still make the Pony Hyundai? Do they? All right, let's see if let me see if I get my friend down in. I'm not seeing a lot of lights lighting up here on Skype. Let me see if Layla picks up the phone.
Mike, how are you?
Good. So, guys, we got Layla in from Syria. You're, what, 100, 200 miles south of Damascus?
I think so, something like that.
Okay. All right, so economy bouncing back. The news is spreading it like Hitler's dead and the war's over, and we could party now on Fifth Avenue. What's going on? Do you think? What do you think?
Sure, that's the case. Ontario's sort of reversing, and Doug Ford is going around being silly with how he's gonna be like an 800 gorilla on their backs. Did you catch that, Mike?
No, tell us, please.
The numbers are not leveling off in Ontario. So for the past 2 weeks, there's like a what they call a rolling average that keeps increasing, not by much, but it's still increasing. So it's not leveling off and it's not decreasing. And Doug Ford did say that he was going to roll back the easing if he has to, and he won't hesitate to do that. Mississauga is not going back up for now, and that's announced because they're not flattening the curve. That's how they say it. They're not reaching the numbers. So I don't know about other provinces, but I follow Ontario because that was my base, and I don't think it's going to work. I think a lot of places are going into wave 2, the second wave. I think they formatted differently in different countries. So in China, for example, they finished phase 1 and then they eased everything, and now there's phase 2. Whereas in Canada, they're sort of tying the two together, where we didn't really get out of phase 1 and we're moving into phase 2. So it just looks like a different way of doing things, I think, in different places.
And economy-wise, I mean, you see, I don't know if you saw from the beginning. I read the article from New Zealand. I read the article from Australia. Everything looks like it's going well. And Australia is rushing to reopen colleges and universities because Australia's economy is binged on foreign students, right? So, like, Australia will get hit hard if they don't get their universities open back, and so would Canada.
Well, I don't see how they can be so enthusiastic about. I don't think it's realistic to be that enthusiastic about it. I mean, I think the whole COVID thing is a hoax, but I mean, clearly they don't, and governments don't, or they're playing the part. But I don't see how they can be so confident as to reopen so quickly. Also, if their income is based on foreign students, there's a host of international travel situations that need to be worked through across the different countries from where they receive students. So I don't see that being realistic. But what they do is the media, they start putting out these articles to actually encourage people. So the articles are false. They're not factual. They're just, they're like, it's like advertising in the format of news. You know what I mean? So it's a bit like what TD pulled off the other day, that houses were going to go up by 7% this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's fake information to get people to buy. A bit like Kevin Thompson.
Well, Kevin Thompson, I don't think he's even. I think he's a cyborg or something.
Yeah, he's a bot.
So now let me ask you. I don't know if you caught this earlier in the show where I talked about how Trudeau, what I talked about, what Trudeau did today with that speech about Hong Kong. I can't believe he flipped the script.
No, well, he flips all the time.
This is a big one.
Watch it, Mike. So what did he say? I didn't watch it, Mike. So.
Oh, well, this is what happened. Okay, you got China enforcing all these laws in Hong Kong. This is not new news, but this is happening, and now they're enforcing it, right? Okay. Now, Trudeau flips the script and says, oh, no, you can't be doing that in Hong Kong, China. What are you doing, China? This is not right. You should be, human rights and blah, 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 right? Mm-hmm. So he went against the communist Chinese to flip the script with the guys living in Hong Kong, because they know that Hong Kong still has the capacity to get their money offshore if they have to. And I think he's just shopping for more wealthy investors. And give it a few days, you'll see the Australian president weigh in on it too and turn his back on China too and go pro Hong Kong. Because if they could get that money out, because Trudeau said there's 300,000, I think there's about 800,000 Hong Kong citizens that have dual citizenship Canadian. A lot of them have never been to Canada, but they've applied in case they have to leave China. I got an email from someone today after I made that video where she said to me, where she said to me, the lady wrote to me and says, Mike, I've been following you for years. You're right. The people that came to Canada during the branding of Hong Kong and Macau, or, Macau, they went to Portugal, but from branding of Hong Kong, a lot of people came to Canada. She says, those were the people that came in, but those were the people that were democratic, that were, different. But then she told me that you're right, Mike, the people that are coming after the Hong Kong branding and like in the early 2000s right into now, he says she's telling me, and she's from China, that a lot of them are a lot of crooked people coming in and parking their money here.
Yeah, Mike, just a note, I might go down on my internet just in case we get disconnected, but it's okay now. I think what you're saying is right. I think it's totally obvious what's happening. It would be nice if Trudeau turned on Communist Canada for a change, but no, obviously they play it that way. And then once he's got the Hong Kong money, then he's going to team up with China. And then what's going to happen down the line is that China is going to claim all sorts of assets in Canada as belonging to Chinese because it was money that was laundered outside of China. That's the strategy that China had been following.
Mm-hmm. And
they actually let people launder money so that later on China can claim it as Chinese asset.
Right.
That's a takeover.
Well, they own a portion of Canada. I mean, there's no arguing that. They own a lot of our towers. They own a lot of our assets. They own our ski resorts. They own a lot of stuff here in Canada. They own all our old folks' homes that they could buy. Like, it's not a good painted picture right now we're in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I left a comment on one of your videos about who's entitled to actually sell Canadian assets to China.
That was a good question, and I replied and I said that.
Yeah, it's a good question. It'd be nice to find out. I think that would be somewhere up Eduardo's stream, because if Canadians don't really own Canada, because they don't, because it's a Commonwealth country, then they're not really entitled to have a say in this. And that's one of the big problems that we have. And I think he's right about the idea that we need to turn to creating a constitution now, because all of what's happening can happen because there isn't anything to stop it by law,
Mike Banks is saying it sounds like a takeover.
Yeah.
It's an economic takeover. We've been talking about that for years. Economic takeover.
Well, everything is economic and political. It starts in one way and it ends up in another.
Mm-hmm. So I don't understand. So I get it. Back on him flipping the script, I got to come back to this because he really, really kind of put himself out there, kind of betraying the communist Chinese, but he was so in cohorts with them. Like, I know there's a lot of backroom dealings and there's a lot of internal civil war going on between all these guys and these big leaders and stuff. But you just put a light in my head. We can't say anything in the matter, and you are totally right.
By law. No, not by law. By law, you cannot. I don't know if you know of the case of the MP who was sued by the people for voting against what they had asked, and the Supreme Court shut down the people because there is no law that says that an MP has to represent the people in Canada.
Wow.
I don't think people. Yeah. I don't think people realize how deep this stuff goes. I think they have.
Hold on, we're losing you. We're losing you. You're breaking. You're fading in and out. Maybe step by the router a bit, or go closer to the router or something.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I could lose a little bit of my internet today. Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, no, I was saying people don't realize how deeply these things go and how the law really does matter and the Constitution absolutely matters. But there's nothing to stop to prevent someone from voting against what the people are for. So the idea of representation, of people's representation.
Hold on. Layla, we're losing you, man. You're breaking up pretty bad.
Okay.
You're going in and out through a cipher. Hello? Here, let me call her back. I'm going to call her back. I'm going to give it 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Call her back and see if we get a better connection here.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, let's see if we get a better connection this time.
Okay, yeah. it's a bit iffy today. Yeah, by law, there is nothing that protects Canadians against these politicians, by law. So that's why the Constitution is so important. And it's so important to rejig the whole thing. I think it's really important to get off the Commonwealth. I think we need something like a Constitution and independence. And once you do that, you have a stronger basis to shut down things like gun grabs and forced vaccinations, and whatever, trying to pull off.
So Steve Stevens brought up a really good comment in the comment. Says, what's stopping countries from seizing Chinese assets once they find out China was complicit this worldwide effery? So what is stopping countries?
They don't find out. No, they don't find out that China is complicit. Their governments are complicit with China. These are contracts. These are trade deals. These are exchanges.
Right.
That's what they're discovering. People still think that China is doing this on its own. China does not do this on its own. China does this with Trudeau, Macron, U.S. government, central banks, IMF, everyone in the world. It's not an isolated phenomenon.
We're losing you here a bit. So she said basically it's other people involved, central banks, other world leaders, that China is not doing it on its own. Well, I could easily believe that, but I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned where things are headed right now. It's not looking good geopolitically. It's not looking good economically. It's not looking good. We're in this blame game right now, and this blame game could go on for another 5-10 years.
I think it's a blame game. I think the people who are concerned about China should be concerned about their own government first and foremost. So I've been saying this a while, Mike. Like, I don't think we should blame China. You should blame the government that allows China to rape your little sister.
1 quadrillion percent. 1 quadrillion percent. I blame the Canadian government basically for opening visa offices to bring in wealthy immigrants instead of bringing in people that are actually going to build the economy like we used to build the economy from hard work and sweat and labor, and actually putting food on the table and actually paying down their debts and actually saying that they own a piece of the good life. Those days are gone. Why? Because we sold out to the highest bidder.
Right? Exactly. That's what I mean. You need to blame this government that is bringing in all sorts of problems into Canada. That's who we need to blame. But in order to change that, we need to have a different voice. By law, there is nothing that protects Canadians from this government. This government does not owe the Canadian people representation. That is illegal.
I don't know if you remember, Mario DeCetis came on the show, and he told us that Mario DeCetis told us that they passed a law, and I don't know when it was, but that Canadians are not allowed to sue the government.
Yeah.
Or they passed some weird law, and they passed a law that you can't sue the vaccine companies.
That's right. Or the insurance companies. I mean, it's all rigged, right? It's all really corrupt. There is no real representation. There is no real people. The idea that we can solve this in a civil way is nice, but I don't think it's realistic because the law works against us. Canadians are not represented by the politicians. Politicians do not have to represent Canadians. They are not bound to the Canadian people.
Hello, we're losing you. Layla, you're going in and out. It sounds like you're underwater. Are you swimming?
Of course I'm not. Although it's raining outside, Mike. But maybe I should drop off.
I said it's telling me that user poor connection. You are like 100 miles south of Damascus, so maybe the closer you get to the capital, the better the quality of the internet. I think it happens in any country. The better you are to a bigger metropolis, the better the internet connection, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Mike. Maybe I'm best dropping off today. The internet is a bit iffy.
Well, it's going in and out, and you're telling us such good stuff that I want to actually hear it, right? And so just keep talking till it breaks up again.
Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, this representation issue is a big deal, and so it'd be nice to work it through. I mean, I think people still have faith in the government. They still have faith that they're going to vote right and they're going to get it right. I don't know how many times it's going to take in order to see that that isn't really working. And I think there's going to be a breaking point at some point. I don't know how well this is going to play out in Canada. I'm not very hopeful for this happening in Canada. I'm more hopeful for Americans taking up arms and organizing into militias. I don't support this kind of thing. It's not like I want war or anything like that, but I just think that it sounds like the more realistic path, because the deep state, the world governments, this globalization path, it's gone really deep into societies. Unfortunately, people don't nip them in the bud. People don't really see when something is happening and what it's going to turn into. They don't really have that kind of vision. I was just arguing with Metal and Blunt News in the comments about Bitcoin and crypto and the blockchain. I don't care about crypto and Bitcoin as much as I care about the blockchain, because the blockchain is the network on which all of this is happening. It doesn't matter what is happening, it matters how it's happening. And people don't pick up that the way it works at first, that they make it sound really good. And then when you're hooked and they have a critical mass of people who are hooked, then they start to go down on the protocols and the restrictions and how they do everything. It's just like anything else. You used to love Hollywood in the 80s. It was great. And then they've got all of these people glued to Hollywood. And once that happened, they start shoving in the garbage. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Big Pharma. They get you to trust them that they're going to save you. You get well, you see real results. And once they have everyone converted to this kind of medicine, they start shoving down the poison. It always happens like that. They've got you onto Facebook, connect with friends and family. Now you're on Facebook, they're tracking everything you do, and they're selling your data to third-party companies for advertising and much more. It always works like that. Like, you need to see that when there's a trend that kicks in, always approach this with skepticism, because you probably at this point you don't have enough foresight into how this thing can morph and become a beast that you can no longer control. And the blockchain is really dangerous. Now, I don't know what people are thinking, but the blockchain basically means that you are tied to the chain, that you cannot transact outside of the chain. And that's not going to be an isolated phenomenon. After that, it's going to be really easy to tie that to your social credit score and everything else that is in an ID, a digital ID currency. It doesn't matter what it is, your ID, your social credit, your history, your criminal records, all of it can be tied to your bank account, and it can be wiped out very, very easily. To think that a blockchain is not centralized is really, I think it's a bit naive, because you need to own the networks and you need to be the governing body of how that controls the protocols in order to say that it's really free. Until you have that kind of insight, that depth into this infrastructure, I really don't see it being different from anything else. I'm not saying don't trade, go on trade. People trade stocks and we trade all sorts of fiat currency, but not just see that this can turn into something that it isn't right now, something that is not.
Hello?
I also think they wouldn't push it that much. They wouldn't give it that much free rein if it wasn't going to turn into something like that. I'm suspicious. Why do they want, if you look at how much Bitcoin is going to grow compared to gold and silver, it doesn't look realistic. It's like this massive jump into the universe. What would drive that? Are there some kind of fundamental that can rationalize this kind of jump? What is it? So unless all of this is articulated, I'm really suspicious.
Right. I totally get
so
your
what
angle
I was
on
saying
this.
is that
Lord Humongous said the same thing too, in different words, basically.
Yeah. So I went into this rabbit hole because I was saying that people don't nip the issues in the bud. And then you've got this globalist agenda that is way too deep into the country, and it's really hard to turn it around. So for example, the LGBT. Okay, yeah, we get along, we're not going to judge you. And then what are they doing next? They're telling you how to raise your kids, and the government is taking your kids away if you don't want to change their gender. Mm-hmm. If you don't nip it in the bud, you don't draw hard lines and strong borders from the beginning, then they walk all over you, basically.
Right.
You give them an inch, they take a mile.
It's kind of like our economy. They've been creating the demand, and hopefully the supply will show up. It's like really weird. Everything's been backwards for the longest time. Everything's been tail at, you know what I mean, right? So
Well, housing is definitely backwards, and I really pray for it to crash and burn right now in Toronto and Vancouver.
Do you think Trudeau could secure more money coming in by winning the favor or winning the side of the Hong Kong citizens?
I think he can. Yeah, I don't see why not. You know, people are pushed from both directions, and they have to move. That's how migration happens. You know, it's an organized thing. They
Hello?
want to move people around.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
I was saying it's how migration happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they screw you over back home so that you end up moving. Then you move to these what I call depopulation camps, North America and Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they take it from there.
Interesting. That's a very good way of putting that out there. That's a really good way of actually saying it. Yeah.
You said it, Mike, on your when you did that. Really, I think that was a really important video about what's going on with the Portuguese.
Oh yeah, they
in Canada.
deport tens of thousands of us.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think it's because we're maybe Catholic? Do you think maybe we vote a certain way? I don't know. Like,
I think so. I think I think it can be a number of things, but I think the Catholic Christian point is the one that sounds the most fitting with everything else that's going on. You know, they don't want religious people. They've been at Christianity for a long time, and they hate white people, honestly.
yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
But you said it. You said it that they shouldn't have destabilized their country in the first place. Yes, I know. I absolutely agree with that. That's what I've been saying. You know, no one leaves the Middle East to go live in Canada or the U.S. You know, people are forced to. Like Israel displaced millions upon millions of people.
Yes,
the Iraq War, Turkey. You know, these are facts. Libya. You know, what do you want to do? Like, if you don't want us to move to your country, then don't sponsor the people who cause us to move off our countries.
Exactly. Remember I showed that video towards... Do you, Layla, do you remember the video I showed towards the end of the video where I showed what the city looked like that I could have lived in?
No, what city was that?
If you go back to the video where I talked about the Portuguese, if you watch it towards the end, there's the whole city. That's that city in Africa that no one knows. Like, they look at that city, they think it's in Manhattan. Oh my God, all the taxis are Mercedes. Oh my God, everyone's dressed nice. Oh my God, big buildings everywhere. Where is that? New York? No, that's in Portuguese Africa.
I think people don't really know what Africa is like. Some parts are really developed. Some cities as well.
No, they have no idea. Go back to that video where I said I need to say something.
Yeah.
When you get time, watch towards the end and watch that city that I have on film there. And watch the city.
Yeah, I will do.
And you'll be like, holy crap, Mike. You weren't kidding. They really destabilized your country.
Portugal. You know, Portugal is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Just incredible everything. You know, the south, the north, it's all beautiful.
Well, Portugal was neutral during two major world wars, and they were destabilized in the 70s because they refused to join the World Bank.
Yeah, and then came in the European Union.
But not only that, do you want to know something a little secret, Layla?
Go ahead.
Do you know that one of the islands I'm from, like in the Azores, do you know one of the islands has an American Air Force base?
Yeah, I believe
you. Did you know that they threatened war against Salazar? The president and it was Jimmy, I don't know who it was at the time, threatened war against Salazar, that America will go to war against Portugal for one of those islands if they don't surrender it to America?
Yeah, well, I believe that Japan fell in World War II because they didn't want to join the IMF. I believe that. I think World War II is a whole fraud. That was the purpose. Because the goal of regime change wars is precisely to get people in place who will take the country into the IMF. That is the point of regime change wars. And America does it all over the place.
Thank
you.
The
U.S. government, not Americans.
And I'll say it again. Thank you. Yes, it's to get countries into, destabilize them and get them into the IMF. Now, Mozambique...
We're in the Middle East. They've been doing this for centuries. And what's happening right now in Lebanon, I think, is going to be pretty mission critical because they want They want Lebanon to sell off to the IMF completely, and Hezbollah, who is against the IMF and against Israel and against globalization, is trying to hold back, but it's really tight rope right now. And the banks have been on hold for close to 6 months, which means that people didn't get their money for 6 months. A whole lot of international investors in Lebanon are on hold because of the situation. It's really, really tight right now. Very critical. The 10-year war in Syria, that was the goal. People say all sorts of different things about the war here. It's really hard to get your head around it, but it's the last standing country that is not in the IMF. Yeah, that's what it costs. But this war has been really critical. But let's see what happens next. But I don't think Europe will. I'm concerned about Europe. I think Europe will fall. I'm afraid. I'm not so sure. Like with clowns like Macron.
Macaroni and cheese. Hello?
Oh my God, that guy. What a low life. Yeah, I mean, they're prostitutes, these politicians.
Yeah.
Macron and Trudeau, same cohort.
All right, Layla, I'm going to let you go. We're going to...
I'll catch up with you another time. Stuff going on with Iran, Israel. The sanctions have been broken. Venezuela in the picture. Or we'll catch up another day.
Yeah, we'll talk on the next show. Hopefully we get a better connection, okay?
Yeah, I'll work on that.
All
Do
right,
my
you
best.
take care.
Thanks.
Well, there's only so much, it's probably because the weather's outside is a little bit tricky. Next week, hopefully, it'll be sunny and it'll be nice.
Yes, indeed.
All right, God bless you.
Mike. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
God bless you. Bye.
That is Layla from I think 150 miles south of Damascus. Lou Guy just sent me $6.99. That should be enough money to get me to Detroit. So here it is, guys. This is the video I was talking about Layla. Let me go to article scan here. So this is right here. It says right here, Mike Martins. Watch this, guys. You're going to get thrown for a curveball. Mike Martin's channel. Okay, and it says Maputo, Mozambique, before destabilization. So, before these countries were, let me lower the volume here, but it's because it's from the Mike Martin's channel in Portuguese, right? So this is what it was like. Like we had, my aunt still lives there. I have family that still lives there, but we had a really good thing going in Africa, the Portuguese, for hundreds of years. There was no segregation. Everyone that qualified for the job got the job. There was no Mickey Mousing and, you know what I'm saying, with people's lives. And yeah, we had an empire. We really had a good one. We were the first to abolish slavery. We were the first to do a lot of things. And there is Lourenço Marques. The city was called Lourenço Marques. And yeah, we did exactly what the Chinese did. Look, the Portuguese did the same thing. But here's the deal. This country here, Mozambique, the currency was backed by gold out of Lisbon. We had this. There's our church. We have a major church there. The official religion in Mozambique is Roman Catholic. It's like 99.999% Roman Catholic. Why? Because the Portuguese were there for 500 years, not 2 weeks like the French, looting countries in in Africa, right? The French were horrible. When they keep saying that the Portuguese were colonists, no, we were expansionists. Look at that. And there was and I'm proud to say, there was no segregation. If you look, it's a mix of everybody on the streets. Look, a mix of everybody on the streets. No, everybody was allowed to do whatever. It was a free country. They had a solid constitution. They had everything. And you know what? The French, the Dutch, the Germans, they basically threw the Portuguese out that had been there for 500 years. After all the other African countries kicked out After all the African countries kicked out all the Europeans, the Portuguese stayed 20 years longer. Why? Because the Portuguese were up to this. They weren't up to wars. They weren't up to creating, creating segregation. There's Bolsonaro right there, see? The president of Brazil. But everybody lived, I'm going to show you guys the taxis, because no one believes me. The taxis there are Mercedes-Benz, like good Mercedes-Benz. And they all painted this funny color. And if you go to Portugal, it's the same thing. It's these taxis with green roofs. So you know they're taxis. But, you know what I'm saying? So when people tell me, oh, you know, we want to deport these people, we don't like you in our country and all that stuff. Hey, that's fantastic. But stop taking apart our countries that we built for hundreds of years. Stop taking it apart because we don't want to join your bank. We don't want to join your bank. So what, you're going to go and destabilize these cities? Prosperous? Imagine Portugal, this was still part of Portugal today. Natural gas would be cheap. They would have, obviously they'll still have the gold-backed currency here in Africa, via Portugal, Lisbon. They would have, this would have expanded. Mozambique would be going to the moon. But why did they destabilize us? Why did they throw the Portuguese under the bus? You know? This was natural diversity. This wasn't forced on diversity. This is 500 years of building. You know what I'm saying? This is 500 years of organization. And the Portuguese built a lot of these cities across Africa. They built a lot of these cities across Africa, and they prospered. They have soccer stadiums. They have libraries. They have tons of universities. And they were destabilized. They were thrown out of the country by the English, the Dutch, the French, the Germans. They don't want the Portuguese in Africa because it's not fair. And you know what? Do you know what? The European Union was pissing on the Portuguese like a few weeks ago because the Portuguese are doing direct business with Angola and Mozambique directly with them because Mozambique got screwed over by the IMF, by the way. IMF, by the way, screwed over Mozambique. The IMF, and that's what happened. Let me go to my channel. Let me go to my Portuguese channel. Sorry, guys, I'm on a roll here. Here it is. Mozambique, right here. Mozambique, where's the richness going? 145,000 views, but it's in Portuguese, though. And going over the history of the country, what happened with the country, how it was destabilized, what it looked like when the Portuguese were there, and what it looked like after the Portuguese left. And basically, where's that article I had here with the... There it is. It's in English, guys. Hold on.
All financial aid payments to the country following its admission that as much as $1.35 billion in borrowing had not been disclosed. Now, Britain's Department for International Development said that the move by the Mozambican government amounted to a serious breach of trust and that it would work with other international partners to establish the truth and coordinate an appropriate response. The International Monetary Fund took similar action 10 days ago, pending a report on the country's debt sustainability level. The IMF had said that extra borrowing could push Mozambique's foreign debt to $9.64 billion, a level that is unsustainable for the country.
So that's me. That's me. This is my...
Sim, já descobrimos o problema. É política. Mas eu acho que não. Eu acho que
That's my documentary, by the way, that's been pulled down.
O política é o...
Quero garantir a vocês, já estamos
They still speak Portuguese there.
já estamos a governar.
Still speak Portuguese there. Here's the president.
Mal, paz e progresso. Trata-se, pois, do momento mais alto da exaltação da nossa emancipação política.
That's pretty good, clear Portuguese to me.
Da nossa moçambicanidade e da nossa vontade secular de construção do nosso bem.
So anyways, I wanted to throw that out there real quick because destabilization is a real thing. It takes away from productivity. It takes away from the world, you know, being... All right, let's see if we can get Supremo on if he's still around. And I haven't seen the Raven on the comments. He's probably working.
Hola, Miguel.
Yes, how are you, my brother?
I am well, thank you. How's everybody out there in TV land?
Oh, we're doing phenomenal. And Layla brought something up really important. It's to destabilize your country to join the IMF.
Probably.
I honestly think she's right. See, look what happened to Mozambique. I showed the video there that I just played. I don't know if you were watching it.
Yeah.
But look at the
Yeah, I
country.
just
It
saw
was
that.
amazing. It was a first world top nation. And they went in, destabilized the country, and then now look at it now. It's borrowing from the IMF, and they can't continue making payments, and they're falling behind.
Oh, it's happened all over the world, Mike. If you look at if you've ever read or heard of John Perkins' Confessions of an Economic Hitman, he put a book out about 2008, and I've heard a couple of. I don't have the book, but I've heard a couple of interviews by him. Yeah, that was the pattern. You'd go into a country, and you'd basically make them take all kinds of funky loans, and then yeah, you'd just crash the economy, and then they'd come in and take more and more of the country's assets as collateral to continue the loans. They've done it all over the world. Yeah. Oh, it's awful.
It's absolutely terrible. It's really sad. But what my root of the problem is that they brought in the Europeans or the Portuguese and the Italians and the Greeks, whatever, to work, build the infrastructure, and then now it's built. It's like, get the hell out.
That seems to be the pattern. I have no idea why they. We were talking about this at the store the other day. I have no idea why they would have focused on the Portuguese.
Did you see the video I
beats me.
did? I have to say something.
I didn't know.
Yeah, there's a video on my channel, guys. Watch this video. It's kind of important because it's even Layla mentioned it today when she talked to me. It's the video she was referring to was right here. It's an eyeball. It says, "I need to say something. I'm sorry." So I'm in a spaceship here, orbiting Alpha Centauri here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna leave the link here. So if you guys want to watch this video, you're not gonna believe it. So like people were shocked in the comments. They're like, I couldn't believe the information you threw up there. I couldn't believe it. Even you know Brianna that's in the comments sometimes.
Sure. Yeah.
She even commented and said, "What the hell?"
Oh yeah, you were talking about that mass deportation. Yeah.
No, but how they shut down an entire mall in Toronto, and anyone that exited the mall had to show ID that they were Canadian. If they didn't, there was a bus outside waiting for them to take him back to Portugal. And they accidentally deported 2 people that didn't have ID back to Portugal.
Oh yeah, it's just bizarre. I mean, what other group in Canada that has passports, that has citizenship, could you do that to? And the answer is nobody. You know, like you said yourself, you couldn't find hardly anything on the internet about it, and yet it definitely happened. Rick Mercer talked about it on This Hour is 22 Minutes, right? I mean, that's all you could do. You could get some satire, right, on our national broadcaster about it, but then that was the end of it. And
I did find an article
never
from
understood.
2004 that brought it up and discussed it from 2000. An article from 2014 that discussed what happened in 2006, where they shut down. I actually found an article that discusses about it. But all the articles are gone because it even said it made headline news in Ontario, all over the papers, all over the world about this mass deportation and the purging of Portuguese families. But they took that, but they took it all. It's all gone.
Yeah, well, if you look at it in the context of geopolitics, there may have been something going on at the time regarding the EU, where the two sides, might have colluded to punish Portugal for something similar to what you said in the mid 70s. You know, you had the European Common Market, and Portugal's currency was still backed by gold, but they didn't want that anymore, so they forced them basically to divest themselves of their overseas possessions, right, to join the what eventually became the Eurozone. So I'm inclined to think if one group is being singled out like that, it would have been some form of collusion between Brussels or maybe London, right, and the IMF. I don't know, because in the end, why wouldn't Portugal have raised some kind of a stink at the World Court? Because it's ridiculous. Yeah, or for that matter, in the Supreme Court of Canada. That's outlandish. I mean, it should absolutely have gone to the Supreme Court. It's ridiculous.
But it happened. It happened. And there was if you watch that video, I talk about this lady that came on vacation.
Excuse me.
She had to come because there was a death in the family, and she needed to take care of the final stuff and get everything sorted and go back to Portugal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she was there for 2 weeks organizing, getting things, and then she ended up giving birth earlier, right?
Right.
And immigration was there the next day saying she has to leave the country in 3 days.
It seems to me that just the areas that you were talking about, that it was, I would say in a case like that, Mike, could be a case of follow the money. That mall that you were talking about and that area, it seems like most of these people were ejected from downtown Toronto. It sounds almost like an expropriation of their property, because you're still here. Your parents are still here. It's not like there are no Portuguese people in Canada. They didn't all leave. They didn't get interned like the Japanese in World War II or something.
Well, I was
right?
in Miami when this happened.
You were in Miami, but but where were your folks? They were in Brampton, weren't they?
Yeah, Toronto. They were still living in Toronto at that time. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So they were fine. They're still there. There's probably still a Portuguese community, I gather.
Yeah, there definitely is. There definitely is a Portuguese community still. But the amount of the mass purging, and then if you watch the video further, it shows a girl that got deported a few days ago. This was the video was made February 2020, and she was being deported, and she's been in Canada for 22 years.
Yeah, a lot of that is just insane. It makes no sense. Of all the groups that you would deport from the country, even if it was to replace the population with someone else, but this happened 20 years ago, more or less.
2006.
So 2006, yeah. It's just, it seems to me, it had to have been something to do with the area they were living in. There would have had to have been, almost like in the United States with eminent domain. Right, like you'll have whole towns, you'll have properties, you'll have all kinds of things that they'll use this legal leverage to just simply take control of that property and then sell it to someone else.
Exactly,
like
and a lot
literally
of these
divest people of their property.
My mom was telling me a lot of these people have kids that were born and raised in Canada, and they were in their 20s and 16, 18 years old.
Yeah, well, it would have been a lot easier than just put them on a plane and just cover it all up. Yeah, conservative government did the deporting. Yeah, absolutely. If you're talking about financial reasons, it wouldn't really matter if it was a conservative or a liberal government, Alex. So definitely. Yeah, no, I don't regard them as notably different in this country. We don't have a right of center party in this country. The closest thing we have it is, Bernier, and I mean, he may never have a chance, or he may never have any MPs to ever find out. So. We'll just have to see. But I have a feeling you follow the money, you'll get your answer. Because if you say you expropriated those people's property, okay, and just told them, okay, well, you live somewhere else in Canada, because they live there, right? Then there would be legal repercussions. But if you simply just put them on a plane and get them out of the country and tell the CBC not to talk about it, right?
All the articles are gone.
All the articles
because
are gone.
No, yeah. Supreme, the one I found from 2014 said they were talking about how this reminds us of the article was writing. It's from the CBC or the CBC or the City TV or one of the mainstream ones. They go into like in the 7th or 8th paragraph saying this resembles the big roundup of Portuguese in 2006, 7, and 8. That went on for many years, where they shut down the mall. They actually mentioned it there, and it made mainstream media news all over the planet. And my friend in Venezuela was telling me about this. He watched it on the news in Venezuela. When I was in Miami, he told me.
Yeah, so even if it was a matter of there being some kind of Portuguese, mafia, organized crime running a certain area, for example, or something like that, which happens in ethnic areas in other cities in North America. Let's be fair, right? Everyone knows what the mafia is, okay? It's or the Tongs, groups on the West Coast. It would have resulted in arrests. It would have, if you're going to expropriate property as proceeds of crime, you would have had to justify it. So the simplest is like Stalin said, no man, no problem. Yeah, you just literally round up a bunch of people and put them on a plane and send them to the other side of the Atlantic with no notice, and then just carry on like nothing happened and take over their properties. I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. Why this particular group, and why in this particular geographic area? It seems to me that it was definitely some kind of an inside job, but you follow the money. Who got those properties? Who wound up owning it all in the end? That's probably where you find your answer. It's incredibly corrupt.
So, guys, people watching this right now, I'm going to put it on article scan for you guys. This is the girl this is from February. This was posted on May 20. So this is from like a few weeks ago, actually. So this is the girl here. that's being deported from Toronto to Portugal, and she's been living in Canada for 20 some odd years. So there she is there, and this is the latest one that was deported. And then there was another article where around Christmas time last year, a man was deported back to Portugal, and he's never been there in his life. Because his parents were from Portugal, they're deporting him back to Portugal, him and his whole family.
Yeah, there's somebody in the Laurentian elite that apparently really doesn't like Portuguese people for some reason, because deportations happen in Canada too. We don't literally just open up the border and let just anybody in here. Obviously, there are certain groups that they, will kind of pretend to look the other way while they're coming in. But by and large, no, there's a legal process you have to go through to. Yeah, Rand, no kidding. If she needs a sponsor, I have a feeling a few of us would stick up our hands, right? But there's got to be some either an ethnic focus to it, or there's just a particular area they're in that somebody really wants that real estate, and the best way is just to go ahead and put them on a plane and get them out. It's incredibly corrupt. There's no doubt about it. It's 100% corruption. It's probably motivated by some kind of financial transaction going on behind the scenes. There's no logical reason for this.
And you know
someone
what,
who's
Supreme?
lived in Canada that long is a citizen.
Well, you know what? You want to know something, Supreme? Somebody asked me, it's like, oh, why who cares? It happened. It's like, no. The reason why I'm bringing this up now, all of a sudden, and so accordingly now, there's a reason why I'm bringing this up, and I'm bringing it hard, was because Canada's playing the game that we are not racist country, and we don't do this stuff, and we don't do that. Stop playing that garbage and start being more transparent and telling people what is really happening here. I hate it. I hate when they're like, we're a diverse country, we love everybody. Yeah, but just don't be Portuguese, though.
Oh, it's all a lie. It's not true. It's completely racist.
I just don't know why they keep playing this "we are not a racist country, we're a very diverse" card all the time.
Oh, it's a lie. If you can be as diverse as you want as long as you vote Liberal. Doesn't matter. But even then, you've got a lot of urban white Liberal voters, and they virtue signal all day long. It avails them nothing. Yeah, just the same as in the States. It's not in Europe. Look at the crime and the rape and the takeover of entire neighborhoods and the lawlessness happening there. California, you're not allowed to defend your property, and for mostly what appear to be, a fear of appearing racist, the cops won't prosecute a lot of what they consider to be minor crime.
Yep, they don't. Yeah, they're actually deeming
because
it
then
as a
everyone's
civil
on
matter.
their case about it. Yeah, basically. So it's complicated, but I have a feeling that behind the scenes, it's just a matter of follow the money. Who got their property? Who's living there now? And what did they do? They dispose of the proceeds. Even if it was organized crime, we don't deport people here. Generally, they go to court.
Like 40,000 people got deported.
Yeah, just a huge number, a ridiculously huge number.
Entire families. I remember the article I read a long time ago. Entire families were deported. Entire families with aunts and uncles and people even living in different homes. They went to go pick them up and take them away.
Yeah, you would have to probably have a look at European politics at that time, because it seems to me that if it was the EU putting the thumb down on Portugal for some other reason, because remember, this is 40,000 people that for the most part didn't live in Portugal, and now all of a sudden the EU is sanctioning 40,000 people being dumped on their doorstep who might as well be immigrants from another country, because they effectively are. I mean, you're Portuguese, but you've spent most of your life in Canada, right? Well, you've traveled, you've been around the world. It would be like them trying to send me back to Sweden. Or, I don't know where they'd send me. I got about 5 nationalities in me now. Where would I go?
Let me ask you, let's stay on where would I go, okay? Where would a Canadian go when they just can't afford to live in their own country? Because that's where it's heading. We're heading towards complete unaffordability levels from any angle. So where would the Canadian go?
Well, that's a very good question, and it's something I've pondered too. My kids are here, and I don't think they're leaving, so I'm not going anywhere. And they're too old. I can't take them with me. So it's one of those things where, for the most part, if you're part of one of the less favored groups, the best you can do is understand that you are effectively living under an occupational government. And I'm not saying that to be dramatic or conspiratorial, right? Just look at the effects of it. We were not that long ago. We were, we were the ones considered Canadians, and now we have a government apparatus and a media apparatus that is determined to basically erase our history from history, and try to, like Orwell said, who controls the present controls the past, kind of thing, right?
So, but where would Canadians, like, let's pick some names, some countries. I mean, the U.S., it's very tough to get into the U.S. unless you're a doctor or something that can actually add to their infrastructure, okay?
Yeah.
You can't move to Mexico as a Canadian because you cannot. There's a Mexican tourist visa that you enter Mexico with, and you have to abide by their laws, and you have to leave in a certain time, or you will go to prison in Mexico. Trust me, I lived in Mexico for 2 years. Trust me, I know that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't sell me property in Mexico because I'm a foreigner. And only Mexicans could buy property. So where could we go? We can't go to Mexico. It's tough to get in the U.S., okay? It's even tough to get to the U.S. just to go on vacation. Because they're asking you a million questions. I'm just trying to think, what countries could Canadians go to when the poop hits the fan? Like, not poop hits the fan where they just can't afford to... They're eating cardboard because it's so bad.
Well, if it got to that point, then the next alternative is, I tend to agree with Lord Humongous, defend your countrymen, not the crony crown. Unfortunately, yes, we are part of the British Commonwealth, and although most of my life I have been a monarchist for a lot of reasons, tradition only being one of them, you look at Australia, you look at New Zealand, you look at the UK itself, and you see what the crown is turning a blind eye to, and has for a long time. I am heartbroken to say that they've outlived their usefulness. If they don't turn around and start saying something to defend their own people, they won't be there. They won't be there forever.
Someone's asking, how does Jeff Burnwick stay in Mexico? I'm not sure who Jeff Burnwick is. He's either married to a Mexican, okay, or he's got special... There's a way to extend your stay in Mexico, but it costs a bit of money.
I'm not sure if he lives in Mexico. I think he's there part of the time. Like, they have that Anarchapulco kind of libertarian conference down there every year. A lot of big names go there. G. Edward Griffin and of course Jeff Berwick. The Dollar Vigilante is his channel. James Corbett, the Corbett Report. There's a lot of alternative media and monetary guys. And of course Berwick is a crypto guy too. I think when you run out of time in one place, you just go to another one. If you can only stay in Mexico for 6 months, well, then you leave there and go to Jamaica for 6 months. I mean, he's perpetually suntanned, so I don't think he comes back up north very often. Yeah, as far as I know, Jeff Berwick is married to a Mexican lady. Yeah, and if he's married to a Mexican lady, well, then maybe that's enough to get residency. There's a,
but
I
he
think
will get
quite
this
a
like
process.
it's like it's called a CM1 visa, where he's not allowed to work in Mexico, but he's allowed to stay in Mexico because he's married. Then there's all these immigration laws in Mexico. You think immigration laws in America are bad? Mexico is like 10 times worse. Mexico just does not want anyone immigrating to their country.
No, well, they don't. I mean, if you're bringing, it's like anywhere else. If you're bringing capital, you're bringing skills. As far as I know, Jeff Berwick, I think, is actually Canadian. I won't swear to that, but it seems to me he's from the West Coast. Yeah, he's actually a Vancouver boy, and I think he came down there with a lot of money. So I don't know if, other than seminars and things like Anarchapulco, I don't know what he actually does for work. He made a lot of money in crypto, and he was I think he was some kind of an investor or something before that. So he had the scratch to go there, right? And that's the thing. That's what we've been talking about here. If you're Canadian, where would you go as an alternative? Well, if you don't have portable skills, you're kind of screwed, right? Like, if you have a couple $100K in liquid assets, yeah, you could go somewhere else in the world, and that would hold you for a while. But if you can't generate any income past that, sooner or later, you're going to have to come back. There's just not going to be a choice in the matter. And that's the thing. I don't think there's anywhere to run anyway, because if we wind up with a worldwide economic downturn, there's going to be a lot of places where, Anglos and Europeans and North Americans have been taking up the good real estate and, swooping up the women and everything else. And because let's face it, that's why a lot of guys expat there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's all good. I think it's just practicing, geo arbitrage. It's called. You go where you get better money and where you get a better deal in life generally. And a lot of places have been welcoming. But if economies go bluey, that may change in a real hurry. And it might be that there'll be a lot of people that thought they were out of North America for good or out of Western Europe for good are going to wind up having to go home. Yeah. And if that's the case, you know what? That it by itself will be a political earthquake all by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, build a floating island. The problem is, Metal, that there's only the law of the sea out there, and somebody who's got one or two more guns than you can go floating out to your old drill rig or whatever and help themselves, right?
So we got a lot of new people in the comments, but Blunt News has been here the whole time. We got North and South. North-South, I think it's the first time I've seen him. We got Jem Rose here tonight. We got Mike Banks, Lord Humongous, Metal Gear Mark III, of course. Red Pill Gary. We got over 200 people watching tonight, bud.
Yeah, it's a good night. It's
220 people.
Well.
That's really good for a Mike in the Night. I don't know if you remember when I started, I was getting like 23 people watching the whole show,
Yeah, that's
18
right. Yeah,
people watching.
It's definitely grown, buddy. Yeah, you've got a good thing going here. The actual numbers that you've got, subscribers, views, and whatnot, is not reflective of your true traffic. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It should be double or triple what you have now. And I think that there is some ceiling, and I think it was put on artificially, no doubt. We know all that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that you just keep pushing, and I think it will break through at some point.
I hope you branch off and start a channel soon.
Well, I gotta stop being lazy, and I gotta really sit down and think about what I want to say. Because I come on here, you ask me questions. That you make it easy for me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We go all over the map with our questions, and you really pick my brain. You really make me think, and about what I'm going to say. And I hope I've said something, useful or at least entertaining for the people here. I enjoy it. I enjoy the interaction with everybody. It's awesome. Yeah, I love you guys. It's I got some. I'm gonna have to do some writing. I'm gonna have to do some thinking. I'll probably have to buy an actual microphone. This headset is starting to lay down and have kittens on me already. So I'll have to give it some thought. I'll be picking your brain for some tips anyway. But
Well, I'll help you whatever you need to know. Just don't do. I'll tell you what mistakes I've made on my channel. And basically where my channel has gone absolutely no is basically. And you know what? Like I said earlier, like this channel is like the little Cessna plane that's flying in from Colombia to Miami. It's got a little load on it. It's enough to get us by. We want to be below the radar. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Yeah.
We don't want to be up in the clouds in a big 747 and radars catching us and they're
That's right.
Radioing us. Who is this? Who's on board? Why are you in our airspace? And blah blah blah. Right?
Well, what you want to do is you want to grow your channel to the point you're like that 747. Just make sure you got lots of anti-missile flares and chaff.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, Lord H, it's my pleasure, brother. I'd do more if I could, man. I really would. I think you got a good thing going there. There's a lot of people, there's young guys who are starting. I'm just going to diverge for just a second here. There's a lot of young guys that are starting out, really, with nothing. And Lord, he's had some events in his life. We've had a chat or two, him and me, and of course he's been on here relating his story as well. This is a guy who is, in many ways rising from the ashes, as so many of us are. Okay, and it kind of sucks because when you get to middle age, like me, I'm probably 10 years older than him. You clear away the wreckage from the smoking crater, and you think, "Damn, do I really want to rebuild again?" But if you've got knowledge, even from experience, your trip back up to the level that you fell from is only going to be half as long. And here's the paradox, is when you get a little bit older, you realize you've got less time to accomplish these things. But the paradox is you actually become more patient. Because a lot of the reasons that we wound up in the situations that we're in is because, in a way, we live in a hard driving society. The first world is kind of a hellscape that way. And so you run, you hit the ground running, but nobody tells you that it's a minefield now, right? And something could, like snakes and ladders, right? You're climbing and you're climbing and you're climbing, and you land on a snake and slide all right back down to the bottom, and it sucks.
North South put a good point. Mike, title your video better. Don't use words that will flag. No, listen to my video. Look, let's go to article scan. Listen to this. Mike in the Night, Ashes in the Horizon. Mike in the Night, Borrow Like Tomorrow. Mike in the Night, lots of guests. Okay, look at some of the titles. Mike in the Night, Negative Rates. Okay, Mike in the Night, The Riddle. Mike in the Night, The Veil of the Night. Mike in the Night, Save a Prayer for Me Now. Mike in the Night, Second Wave. Mike in the Night, Shadows in the Streetlights. Mike in the Night, Mind Games. Mike in the Night, This is the Night. So
just
I do try to word it differently.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like algorithmically weird titles that don't make. Let me see some of them here. Mike in the Night, 6 hours. Mike in the Night, Strange Brew on Our Shores.
Yeah.
Mike in the Night, Neon Lies. Mike in the Night, We Are Free Falling. I'm just trying to see if I could find like weird. Like I usually title stuff. I think I had one titled.
Most of the titles of your streams would be good titles for like all the tracks on like a house music album. That's Miami. You got too much Miami in you, my friend. Everything sounds like a house music title. That's pretty cool though. And actually the graphics you use look like they could come off a house album too. So that's all good. I like that. Because the thing is it's all contemporary, right? That's the thing. We've got this real fusion of not just music from different areas and things like that, but even from different generations, right? I'm Gen X. Like I grew up under a constant bombardment of the same old boomer tunes that you can hear on the local channel every morning, for the last 30 years, right? But then there was all, Nirvana, the grunge, right? And all that stuff. And, and the hair bands before that and right into the mid 2000s. And all of these different influences that come out. Even country like had a rap phase for a while. You know what I mean? Everything is just kind of getting blended. And I don't hate it. I kind of like it. It's, it keeps you a little stirred up inside, especially when you get older, like it kind of churns up some your creative juices and some, youthful energy. Nobody would look at me and say, oh yes, this man has youthful energy. But the fact is we all do, right? You can't do anything about the passage of time, right?
No. We're right? all, there wasn't Plato that said man is like sand through the hands of time.
Well, that's basically it. Yeah, that's right. We get weathered, we get experience, we get stress, right? We win some, we lose some, right? But it's the man in the arena with his Teddy Roosevelt said something about the man in the arena. I don't know. You could Google it anyway. It spoke to me. It's like no, I won some, I lost some. I love somebody, I lost somebody, right? Had a couple of beautiful kids out there. And I'm like a lot of guys my age. We're rebuilding, and it takes a while. And even from this point, even if you do everything right, the reason I say be patient is because we understand what impatience costs us, right?
Exactly.
And you got to think exponentially. So the beginning is Old Town Road. Oh, I've never heard that song, Mr. Banks. I heard all about the guy, and it sounds like it was a bit of an ambush on Nashville. I'd be happy to miss that one. I don't care. I don't know. I stopped listening to country music really 10 or 15 years ago. To me, it's just 1/3 Jesus and 2/3 drinking and screwing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. Can I say that, Mike? Is that PG-13 enough?
Woo!
It's just all a lie now. That and it's basically half of them are recruiting videos for the U.S. Army. So it's just like, no, it's not what it used to be. It ain't what it used to be, my friend. Don't mind me. I'm wandering around,
Guys,
running my Keurig here.
There's Mike of the Night link there in the comments there for next week's Mike of the Night, the future of food. We're gonna just talk about food and what's happening, because I get a lot of, Supreme, I get emails, right? But I get a lot of emails on food. People can't afford to buy food. I get quite a few. I get like 2 a day or 2.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 a week. 5 in 7 days I get where Mike, I just cannot buy food.
That ain't cool, man. Yeah, no, that's not going to fly. And this is the thing, guys. All right, unless they're offering you work, unless they're offering you a raise and pay, unless they're offering you some kind of debt jubilee, all right, or they're just saying, yeah, we'll give you an MRE and a bottle of water or a bowl of mashed bugs, line up for your chip. You know what you're going to do, right? You're going to start throwing rocks at them, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to tell them to screw themselves, right? That's the thing. If they don't make sure that people don't get fed, there's going to be looting. If you think property values are bad now, you want a lowering in house prices, guys? You just let them keep doing what they're doing. When the riots break out, I assure you, there'll be lots of cheap properties, and that old Rothschild adage about buying when there's blood in the streets. Hang on to your money. That's all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not doing a good job. If they're trying to establish a one world order, this isn't how it's done. This ain't how it's done, boys and girls.
No.
Right? They get some influence and some power from it, but at some point in time, they have to offer you something better. Like the Bolsheviks were hell on Russia, but Russia was going through hell, right? And the Bolsheviks came along and promised everybody peace, land, and bread in order to get to control the country from Moscow, right? The Nazis, of course, Germany was going through an epically bad time during the Weimar and after the Great War, and somebody came along and said, let's make Germany great again.
Yep.
Okay, and I use that phrase for a reason. I am not saying it's the same thing. Okay, I am maintaining a cautious optimism, but I'm, it's a different country and a different heritage. Okay,
Today
it's
Germany, tomorrow the world.
Tomorrow the world, baby. Yeah, but he was talking about the spread of the ideology. I don't really think he intended to conquer the world.
No.
I have my reasons for believing that, but that doesn't mean that he was a good guy. I don't think there are any white hats in international diplomacy, because the fact is they're all bad, right? It's just, our guys won, so they get to be the good guys.
Right. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, Jem, maybe the Canadian people don't have a single riot in them, but they've never been hungry. You know what I mean? And their real estate prices have only gone up. And they're, and this expectation that economic growth is going to continue. And so many people live in these overpriced, rabbit warrens of cities with the crappy view because they've got the culture and they've got the great food and they've got all the people on the streets. Well, all of that's been taken away too, right? Now they're just stuck with the little cubicle in the sky with the overpriced rent, and now they can't pay that rent and they can't even go out and do whatever. Right. So this is the thing that I see. I've called, the cerveza bug the world's first economic STD. Right now, there have been others, right? Like the Black Death itself. It originated in China, and it came from over the Eurasian landmass, and it came by ship and stuff like that.
Ship and stuff, because a lot of ships were
yeah,
people were coming on sick, coming porting very sick, and people carrying bodies off the boats when they arrived.
Exactly. That's the thing. These things happen before. Global trade is inevitable. Globalism itself, no. What happened? Venice, that's where the quarantine began, right? 40 days where if you came in from one of those areas, you had to stay on your ship for 40 days before they let you bring your goods in, because you weren't bringing your damn plague into town, right? And that's all. So this idea of free movement between countries that we've had, which has been obviously aggravated by things like jet travel, means that there's going to be restrictions put on. People are going to demand it because they're not going to forget this. I mean, in a way, I've been practicing social isolation for a long time, and I still go out to get my groceries a couple times a week, and I've seen my family, even spent a couple days running around, running some errands for the business and whatever. But for the most part, it's been 2 months off for me. It's the longest break I've had in probably since my early 20s. I'm not hating this, but I don't have any debt. I was preparing for something. I didn't know it would be this, but I was preparing for something. You know, I don't have any really pressing bills I have to be concerned about. I know that's a situation that a lot of people, they're not in that boat, you know, and my heart hurts for them, because if this had happened 10 years ago, yeah, I'd be in the same boat that they were in. So all you can do is make the best of it. But ultimately, when you live in a society where the rules are stacked against you and your government is acting like some foreign occupier is making decisions, then you need to live your life that way.
Well,
that doesn't mean you can't have joy, and it doesn't mean you can't find love, and it doesn't mean don't buy or build a house.
Let's
Just
flip
don't
the
trust
script here for a sec.
Yeah.
Today, Trudeau, your friend, basically,
my buddy,
yeah,
Justin,
he had talking about Hong Kong. We don't like what's happening in Hong Kong. You know, China shouldn't be doing this. Hong Kong this, Hong Kong that.
Yeah.
But, do you think, I made a video earlier about this, do you think he's doing that and he's flipping the script so we could get more money from Hong Kong, or more people to come with money to Canada, so the Hong Kongers could see, hey, look at Canada, they're standing up for us. Maybe we should just move there.
Well, the funny thing is, for the amount of money that's been coming in out of communist China, wouldn't that be kind of biting the hand that's feeding them?
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. But I think because China's going to put this capital flows starting, I think, in August or September of this year, where they could take out like $20 a day when they travel now.
Oh, yeah.
Out of China.
Yeah.
So basically, I think what they're doing now is that Canada's seeing that. So give it a day or two, the Australian government will come out with a speech talking about how Hong Kong, you know, shouldn't be doing this to Hong Kong, because I think Canada and Australia are going to get into a fight over rich immigrants. So you see what I'm saying?
Oh, probably. Well, geographically, it would be better for the Chinese to go to Australia than to come here anyway. You know, there's a large Asian community there, and they've certainly bought lots of property, and Australia, for the first time in a very long time, seems to be going through like a market downturn, right? Even without the key being turned off on the economy, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a coin toss. They may decide to focus on Canada as long as they can, because I don't think it's going to last forever now. Because Australia apparently is leading the inquiry into where the origins of the cerveza bug came from anyway. So if they're leading an inquiry involving 50 or 60 people, which everybody knows is going to wind up smack into Hubei province, then the Chinese are going to be, I would imagine they're going to be sweetening the pot for Ottawa to leave the gates open a while longer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to get to the point where they actually buy out the whole country, because if we run into a serious banking crisis, especially in the middle of trying to get our economy going again, there is going to be an economic downturn. There's definitely going to be a price correction in housing, right? And the whole idea is they were trying to store their wealth here in all that empty housing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, they're going to get their fingers burned just like everybody
That's what
else.
I'm saying. Canada just sold one of our biggest gold mines the other day, like last week, to some Chinese government basically entity that bought one of our biggest gold mines. And I made a video about that. Canada selling off, right? And then now Trudeau turns around today and makes that speech that China shouldn't be doing this, China should be telling China what to do. And I'm like, wait a minute. The only reason I could see him doing that is to get the 300 or 800,000 Canadian citizens, I say that very loosely, living in Hong Kong that have citizenship but have never been to Canada, but they have dual citizenship.
Well, I'm sure those people are thinking hard about getting out of there. So it's probably time to if they're going to bust the move, they better do it soon, because I think China now is Shanghai is a big enough financial district, and the fact is now that China has made itself kind of an international pariah to a lot of people, nobody needs Hong Kong anymore. Because Hong Kong was still a gateway to the Pearl River, right? It was a gateway to Chinese business and Chinese industry and Chinese markets. And it looks like a lot of those markets are going to be closed or at least severely restricted. So Hong Kong is just not going to.
Hong Kong and English China. Let's go to Portuguese China. Macau is where it's at.
There you go. Yeah, Macau. Now, do they have a large financial district, or is it mostly just casinos?
It's all casinos. There's a small financial district there.
Yeah. Not that that's not the same thing in many ways. I hate that.
Not like Hong Kong. No, it's not like that. No. I know that a lot of the casinos that are owned, like quite a few casinos are still owned by Portuguese families.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
they're still
Why
owned.
wouldn't
There's
they
still
be?
a huge Portuguese influence as much as people don't. There's still a big Portuguese influence in Macau. Portuguese people in Portugal are allowed to immigrate to Macau still, like very openly though. It's not that hard. It's like you fill out 3 forms and you could go. But you have to be a Portuguese citizen. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. It's one of those things where, yeah, the old, the old loyalties still apply.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's.
Did
I think that's good in a lot of ways.
But did I tell you that story about I was offered a job there as a pit boss, a pit boss in a casino?
Is that right?
Yeah, there's just around the time I met my wife, and then I said, no, I want to settle down and have kids.
There you go.
And I said I turned it down. I was gonna get a good position there in one of the hotels in Macau.
Yeah.
I think it was Hotel Lisboa or Hotel Vasco da Gama, one of those ones, right? So and then it looked good, and I guess I'm a Portuguese citizen too, and I was like, holy shit, I could take this and actually do something, and actually build some wealth in Portuguese China in Macau, right? But no, things changed, and then I wanted to settle down and have kids, and my family was here, right? So it kind of
Oh yeah, no, it was time. It was time to start popping out the next generation of Martinses. My friend, yeah. Well, here you are, guys. There's a testimony for you right there. Mike Martins is multilingual and a world citizen in every stretch of imagination. We're lucky to have you in Canada. We're lucky to have you in Canada, my friend. I'm glad you're here.
Until I go to Dufferin Mall.
Until you go to Dufferin Mall, that's right. Yeah, then you got to be careful.
Dude, if you read the article, there was a bus waiting outside to pick up people and take them straight to the airport. They deported 2 people that weren't even Portuguese.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was a dragnet of some kind. It's like, okay,
what happened?
This
Imagine
particular
that was
area,
you,
we're
Supreme.
gonna.
You left your wallet at home. You're at the mall. You're leaving the mall, and then there's all these agents at the doors, and they're saying, "Can I see your ID?" I didn't bring my ID. I just came in real quick to get a coffee. Where's your ID? What are you bringing? Are you Portuguese? No. Okay, get on the bus. You end up in Portugal. You're probably like, I'm gonna stay here, dude.
That's so bizarre. That is absolutely so bizarre. Yeah, but that's the thing. If your country can just randomly treat you like that, well, if you find somewhere else to go, well, there you go. You're there. Fortunately, Portugal accepted them all.
Well, they
it
had
would have
to,
been a
because they
problem
were
otherwise.
Well, some of them were citizens. Most of the people that were deported were born in Canada too, right?
So they weren't Portuguese citizens like the Canadian government. That's what I mean. There had to have been some high-level arrangement to make this happen. Maybe there was some, I don't know. The kind of weird people they are that operate the financial system and the international system. Maybe there was some geometric or geographical significance to that area, and they just decided, okay, how are we going to get everybody out of here? Because it sounds to me like a dragnet. It sounds like almost like a mass arrest. It's like, well, that makes no sense. Some of these people were Canadian citizens. You can't do that. Well, I guess if you're prepared to outrun any lies you have to tell and keep it off the front page, I guess you can get away with pretty much anything for a while.
Yeah.
We'll know the truth of that sooner or later, Mike. It always comes out, but it seems to me like, God, that had to have been a pretty coordinated operation to round up that many people suddenly.
Well, the sad part,
put them on a plane.
The sad part is when they went to a lot of the high schools and they were bringing all the kids down to the gymnasiums that spoke Portuguese, and if their parents couldn't bring in paperwork, they held the kids there till 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. And obviously they didn't worry about, making sure they were fed or anything like that, because they already knew what they were going to do with them. They were going to put them on a plane and get them out of the country. So that's bizarre. That's absolutely bizarre that something like that happened. And I have no idea. Maybe it's happened to other groups.
Someone's asking in the comments, Pav Lally is asking why messages getting retracted or deleted. We're not deleting messages or like stuff like that. What happens is, this is really weird with YouTube. I've been with YouTube for many years. And what happens is they actually auto retract a lot of shit, a lot of crap too. Like before, they have this algorithm. So if someone types something in,
it seems to me that might be the case.
No, it happens a lot. You know why? Because on my end of the YouTube, I see it different than you guys.
Okay, yeah, I see
the When you start doing, if you do a live stream, you'll see what I'm talking about in the comments, and it will say that YouTube auto retraction.
I have seen messages being retracted where it says they were retracted. I don't recall ever retracting one of mine, but of course everything I type is genius, you know, and all of my opinions are right, just like everyone else. All their opinions are right, right? I don't have a single opinion I think is wrong. I'm pretty sure you all feel exactly the same way.
It looks like the Italians are going to put a price on Bill Gates' head, eh? They're the Sicilians.
They're definitely calling out our friend Billy, aren't they? You know what? This vaccine ain't happening. Don't worry about it. We know half of America at least is not going to take that damn vaccine. If everyone can't be made to take it, then no one's going to be made to take it. And Trump himself has got out ahead of it and said they're working on a Manhattan Project for a vaccine too. But he said it's going to be there if you want it. If you don't want it, you're not going to have to take it. There are certain questions that you can ask, right? There's certain ingredients that you can ask about, and you can object to anything that they try to stick in you. Just by saying, does it have this certain agreement, or, and there's substances that are made out of like fetal, aborted fetal cells and things like that.
Pepsi.
You don't have to take these damn things. Yeah, it's just gross. It really is. They always say that you're anti-science. It's like, no, I'm anti being used as livestock, and it's a testing ground for other people's stuff. Simple as that. That's what they got me on the junk food. They got all the experiments they need right there. They don't need to be telling me I got to take something else. This bug is probably already gone in most areas. And even if it does come back, well, it might not. It might not. I'm not saying it's nothing. Some people say it's a hoax. I don't believe it's a hoax. I believe that it's incredibly toxic to a certain demographic. Everybody else has probably had it already.
Vlad Jaiko in the comments says, just like their polls showed Hillary was ahead by Trump by 15%. Actually, I saw a lot of polls where Hillary was ahead by Trump by like 40%.
Oh yeah, the days leading up to the election, it was. I mean, they had the lie machine on full blast, right? It was 95-5 that Hillary was going to win. All the numbers said it, and they just didn't want people to show up to vote for Trump. Yeah, the lie machine was in full gear, and they had no choice. At a certain point in time, guys. You get caught in your lie, you have to double down and stick to it. There's no choice. So any media that they have,
just tell her it wasn't you. Just tell her it wasn't lying.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Wasn't me. That's right.
Yeah, and if she asks me, just tell her it wasn't you. What if she has it on camera? It still wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Just keep saying it because she wants to believe it, and eventually she will, right? Well, that's how those things work. The people that want to believe will believe.
When you're watching Cops,
yeah,
and the guy, they're searching the guy, and he's got drugs in his pocket, and then they're putting it on the car, and they're searching him. They're like, and the guy's like, how did that get there? That's not mine.
Yeah, that's not mine. Yeah, I was holding that for a friend, man.
I love that.
That's right. That's not mine. That's not mine, Bendeco. That's not mine, I say.
It's not mine, I say. Look, I'm sorry to do this, but we got to put on a Lamborghini thing. I'm sorry.
But we need a Lamborghini. We're about to roll up the storefront here pretty quick, so you better get that Lamborghini on there.
Where is it? Prodigy, or is it Remix? Is it Remix the one I played? Oh no! Oh, I lost the one I was playing.
It was said parody. It was a parody.
My garage parody.
Ty Lopez parody.
Oh, I love this guy. Hey, I'm in my garage and I got a Lamborghini.
Lamborghini, right? But he's got bookshelves in his garage too. Yeah, that's just cool. I'm totally sold, Ty. Totally sold.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Ferrari here. Fun to drive up here in the Hollywood.
Ferrari said, "Oh, Rand Ross sent me another $20. Mike, is Lord Humongous controlling the comment section here? I wasn't saying anything obscene and I got censored. Not cool, dude. Lord, hold back on censoring people, man. Just, I don't know if anyone's saying anything bad in the comments. I didn't see anything like major bad here. Let me see. Oh, not that dirtbag again. Steve Stevens doesn't like when I got to find that one I did, man. That one was good. Guys, hold back. Please hold back on censoring people, please. No one's threatening anybody on here, please.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go here.
Here in my garage, just bought the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than the Hollywood Hills? This new Lamborghini here. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 Lamborghini shelves that I had to get installed to hold 2,000 new Lamborghinis.
Man, Ran Ross made my night. Ran Ross sent me enough super chat to get me to downtown Detroit. Yeah. Yeah, Ran Ross is the man. Supreme, what we're gonna do is I have a friend on the coast.
Yeah.
Who's going through a really, really, really financial tough time. So I'm gonna buy a vehicle. I'm gonna go next week. I might buy a vehicle from him to hold it, and then he could buy it back for the same price.
Oh yeah.
Just to see if I could help, I could help the guy. I'm not going to charge him interest, nothing. I'm just going to give him back the car, just give him back the money, right?
Just turn the asset into cash so he can do what he's got to do, get himself on his feet, and then he can just buy it back from you.
Exactly. And I've done that with a lot of people.
At least you've got
too.
something
Like
if you never hear
I've
from
bought
him.
things of value from people, and I just sell it back at the same price, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I might get a vehicle. I'm not sure. I don't know. I know he has like 3 of them, so I'm gonna see what I could do for the guy to help him out.
Yeah.
And we're going to do a show, me and you, Supreme, and you're going to come on and off, and you're going to take over for a bit.
Sure.
We'll do like a 6-hour marathon again. But
I'm
we're
down
going
for
to do it. We're going to do it like a Super Chat marathon. And all the money that we get from Super Chat, we're going to use that for gas money and go somewhere.
Nice.
Yeah.
On the road again.
Yeah. So if we get, let's say, $140 Super Chat, we're going to put $140 gas in that car and take it somewhere.
Nice.
If we get $200 super chat, let's say 1,000, we're not gonna get $1,000, but I'm saying $1,000 super chat. Prepare yourself and pack a bag, because we're going to friggin' Oklahoma or South Dakota or something.
Damn, boy, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me.
Or no, South Dakota's too close for 1,200 gas.
Yeah.
We'll go all the way down to like Nashville or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, you bet.
Yeah.
Hey, I got time. I'm totally down for it, my friend. You just give the word.
Just go down and drive and get to the U.S. borders. Like, where are you going? It's like, we don't really know, but we got this much gas.
I don't really know. Well, I got a buddy in Oklahoma. We could always, wherever we're going, we could go through there.
Yeah, we got Lord Humongous. We could go visit in Colorado.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in Colorado. We got to go through there.
We could visit. There's lots of people we could visit in the States that watch the channel. We could visit, what's his name? What's his name in the comments? The Metal Gear Mark III.
Yeah, where are you at, Metal?
He's in California somewhere.
Seriously, nice.
Oh, Real Kevin Thompson said $2. Please remove Lord Humongous Wrench. He keeps timing me out. And Lord Humongous, be nice, please. Be nice, everybody. You know what? Just be nice to everybody in the comment section.
Yeah, we'll sort it out, guys.
Yeah, there's no point in us being so, you know what I'm saying? Mike Banks says,
it's all love. Sorry, go ahead.
Mike Banks says, listening to Supreme's voice helps me sleep at night.
There you go. I'm going to have to put out some affirmation tapes, positive affirmations.
Damn Slacker says, remember to budget the return trip. Oh, we don't do that. We just go, and then whatever happens, happens.
There you go. Yeah. We'll just drive till we run out of gas money, and then we'll tape the hitchhike trip back. Nice.
Abandoned Buddy's car, like by the border.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll jump the fence at Zero Avenue in White Rock or something, and see how far we get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no wall on the 49th parallel yet, anyway. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just head straight south and go have a look at this damn wall. It looks pretty impressive on video. I don't know. Might be something.
Oh, you're talking about the Mexican wall?
I'm talking about the wall, man. Donnie's wall.
Yeah, we should maybe go down to that wall. Maybe drive along, because you go along Highway 10, you pick up that wall, eh?
Yeah.
When you go east on 10 towards Florida, like east towards you start picking up those walls. You start seeing walls, and you start seeing signs with people running across the street and saying, watch out for people crossing the street.
Right, yeah.
In the middle of the highway.
Watch out for migrantes.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. You actually see those signs. I've been down on Highway 10.
Yeah, like deer crossing, except different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, yeah, up to a certain point. Now, apparently crossings are way down, but a lot of it, of course, has to do with the economy being shut down. There's a lot of people that are back in Mexico because there was nowhere to go, and they didn't want to get scooped up by ice, so they just went home, wait for things to start back up again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so something on Twitter. It was some Mexian on. He called himself on 4chan, saying, you people have to go back. Take our Mexicans back. There's too many of them here, and we got no work. God Almighty, it's terrible everywhere. Things need to change. They absolutely need to change. So I'm hoping that while they're using this downtime, and the U.S. military seems to be going out and bombing the crap out of all the where they're getting all their dark money from, maybe the world will be a little bit different when it does start up again. It may not be a new golden age. I would like to believe Nassar and that stuff is coming too. We'll see. Whoever's on top of the heap could make it happen. It would be probably a major checkmate, because you'd be everybody's friend forever if you could pull something like that off. No question about it. But they got a lot of really, really dangerous people they'd have to deal with first, and a lot of them in their own backyard.
So it looks like Lord Humongous and Kevin Thompson are at war in the comments. Oh my God.
We're having a little dust up here. Yeah, guys.
Come on, guys. This is not the OK Corral.
Yeah. Well, though, that would be a hell of a video, wouldn't it? We're gonna have to do one of those videos. We're just gonna superimpose their heads on Wyatt, or like Tombstone.
Oh, you know what? I got a video idea, Supreme, if you're up for it one day. There's an abandoned town in BC, and there's still a road that gets there off the highway, and it's a complete town.
I think there's a couple.
Well, there's one about an hour and a half from us, and it's like very built up. Like, it still has a pharmacy, it still has all this stuff, and it's completely abandoned. We should go there and make a video this summer.
What's it called?
I saw a YouTube video on it last week. I'm gonna go look it up again, and it's actually really impressive. The streetlights are still there, but they're all turned off.
Okay.
It's like going to that what's that movie where the city shut down because the coal mine went crazy.
Oh, well, there's that one, there's one in Pennsylvania. I think the coal mine caught fire and the town was abandoned. The fire's still burning there. Well, there's a couple of abandoned towns. There's Gold River on the island. There's Cassiar up north. There's a big asbestos mine. That's way up in the north of the province, like close to the Yukon border. Anywhere within an hour and a half of us, I'm just thinking it might have been a place where the sawmills closed down. I think Lillooet, somewhere like that. Lytton. There's places that have some built-up infrastructure, but they're basically emptied out.
Mm-hmm.
This little burg I live in is right on the Trans-Canada, and it's right kind of the gateway to the tourist area. So there's always been somebody here, and probably always will be, even if there was no industry. But
Eamon is saying it's Tranquille.
Tranquille?
Where's that?
Oh, that's out. Where the airport is in Kamloops.
It's
basically you'd follow that road out.
Oh, is it abandoned there?
Well, I don't know, but it could have been. There was a lot of things there at one time. There was a mental health institution that was closed down in the 70s or 80s, I think. There was probably a few things out there.
Well, if it's out there, we should just go. It's like it's not even 100 miles from here.
Yeah, no, God, no, it'd be only an hour from where I am. Tranquille, okay, good to know.
That's what it's called. Okay, maybe if you want to maybe do that one weekend, let me know, Supreme. We could do that. We could head out there. We could find that abandoned. We could make some videos for YouTube, of course. We could find that abandoned mental institution that closed down, break in, and see if there's some sort of remnants of spirits in there that we could maybe attach to us, and then bring them back home, and then end up just screwing things up, and then create a really good bonding experience out of it too in the end.
That's right. Yeah, Poltergeist meets Indiana Jones or something. Yeah. That'd be an epic video. That would go viral.
Nothing will go viral. They don't unless we're pouring gravy down our pants.
Well, the gravy will come later. The ghosts will pour. Poltergeists will pour the gravy. We'll just make sure. Just make sure it's not too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just sit there and play cards and wait for the gravy to start pouring.
All right, Supreme.
It'll be time lapse.
It's 4 hours, buddy. I gotta go, man. I gotta go to sleep. We've been talking for exactly 1 hour and 8 seconds.
I guess 1 hour and 8 seconds is all we're gonna get tonight, my friend. Yeah, good long one. It was great, great to chat as always, pal, and great to chat with you all. And yeah, chin up, guys. There's, it's a struggle. It's not just, you know, it isn't just gonna go one way. It hasn't up till now. The world is a more chaotic place than you think it is. And that sounds sometimes like a terrible thing, but anything good we've had in this world is because we personally have been able to take some of that chaos and build something good out of it.
We got...
and that's how it's always going to be.
For sure. For sure.
Just be strong. Just be strong.
Okay. Have a good night. God bless you.
God bless everyone. Talk soon. See you, Mike.
See ya. I wanted to say, actually, to Supreme, thank you for coming and visiting me the other day at the store. He drove by. I guess he wanted to stretch his legs, get out, and come about. He came and visited me and spent the day with me at the store, which was really good.
Gemini King, Mike in the night, and the Gemini crew. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the world, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
Remember, everybody, stay safe. No, everyone, take care. And if you can't take care,